Just gotta try and loot a couple things real quick because there's a server reset, and then I want to kind of do a mock build, possible, possible. Right now, we only really have access. We only have a real interest on nails and bolts. There's a campfire that's fresh in town, so there might be a person here or somebody around the town. I kind of do like this town though. I haven't been here super long, but seems to have a lot of screwdrivers and other useful components, nails, all that good stuff. Electrician tools. It's like a bunch of kind of random items that need for base building are in here, which I kind of like. That. I mean, absolutely everything was gone. We came through town earlier. There's no food, there's no bolts, nothing in any of the housing. Hopefully that's the same place that we were just at. See what I'm talking about? Screwdrivers. Every 2 seconds, screwdrivers. Place is a gold mine. But I think I'm gonna have a trading post or at least an outpost outside of town. Place seems very good just for general PvP supplies. Let's see one. You also have all of the arrows, stuff like that that you can craft with all the so it seems like a very good starter town to me anyway. You got a little pharmacy, you got a little police station, got a good amount of puppets that spawn in here. Got all of these car garages that you can take over later and put vehicles in if you wanted to. All of these cabinets here that you can get pliers, nails, all kinds of stuff out of. And I'm thinking that's what's going to be my main trade item. I'm going to store food and I'm going to store like screwdrivers and stuff, and then try to trade that with other players for like guns or something a little bit more interesting maybe. And the land is flat enough that I could try and build an airstrip. I think that could be a good option. A tire repair kit and more nails. I would like to keep the rags. See how many slots that takes. Drop that. I don't think this takes that many slots, but maybe it does. I would like to keep the bow silencer. Probably just drop this because we don't really need the 30-pound draw weight. And this still takes up quite a bit of space. Okay. So apparently there's locks here as well, and gas cans that we can find. We're already pretty much full. Takes multiple trips to get everything out of this town. I mean, there's a hose right there on the ground, an axe right there that we could use. Metal axe. I want the axe, but I mean, we have absolutely no room. There's a pharmacy right here. Check and see if we can find any like antibiotics or anything real quick. I'll drop something for them. The main thing with this is that I like the pharmacy here, not particularly for any of the antibiotics or something, but I like it for these high quality rags that you can get. You can use crafting big axes like the one on my back. Because it seems like whatever the HP your rag is, that is what HP your weapon is when you craft it. Money, rubber bands, more money. So we can get a couple $100 just checking all these registers in town as well. So I mean that's pretty good. So you already have like $200 right there, which is already basically um, a nail box or something. But we already have access to a decent amount of nails and supplies like that. So decent town, I think, for most things at the beginning of the game. I don't really see any major issue getting anything in particular when you're in town. Police station has a decent amount of stuff inside of it. You got all the car garages that have decent stuff inside of it. You have a couple of workshops. You have all these buildings. You have all the hay bales for feathers. You have all the crops for food. You know, so I don't really have any major issues with anything in town. You have a store out there that you can use. And this is what I'm getting at when I look over here is like I'm right outside of town. I'll show you where this town is real quick. I want to look at a couple things real fast. We're almost to basic stealth and medium camo. Takes a while to level up stealth compared to camo. So this town is in C1. And the reason I'm liking the town right now is because all the southern section, there's some massive flat areas of land, which I like quite a bit. I haven't checked anywhere in this forest areas back here. But then the only thing in C1 is this small town, which has nothing really in it besides these basic buildings. And then there's this river. I mean, there's a couple of kings here. There's a little thing here with another garage and stuff you can use. There's a little thing here with a garage and a building you can use. But there's no bunkers or anything like that. Um, it just gives you access to flat land, crops, everything. So I think it's the perfect place for a trading post. For perfect place to like bring new players and gather them up. A perfect place for like operations. You're within 1 square of the trading post up here, and this is, not the safest trading post, but at least there's nothing for people to go camouflage in here with, really. And then if you really want to, you're 2 squares away from this one, but you have access to the river. You can sail down the river, sail up here, make it to the weapons factories. You could run to the weapons factory. It's less than, basically a square, square and a half to get over there. So it's not a huge difference bringing that back to your base. It's going to be a difference bringing it to the actual trader, but you could go from there directly to the trader if you wanted to. You do have the ability to go down to, I think this is a factory here. You have this bunker, which is pretty nice. That is, I think got 3 armories within a square's distance. You have the airfield within a square's distance. You have these satellite arrays, I think, are up here somewhere within a square's distance. I don't really know what the satellite arrays spawn, but that's pretty decent. And then I'm still in with a square's distance of the medical area, and I have access to all the food here. So all these bushes and everything, they spawn food, they spawn useful items. And then you have this box. All I'm doing right now is I have this box here. I'm gonna go ahead and move towards this bush, kind of give it a little bit of extra protection, maybe. But all of our stuff that we're slowly collecting right now. I mean, we want nails and bolts so that we can make toolboxes. So, I mean, that's what our main thing is. And we're getting a decent amount of those. But you see, we're getting a lot of screwdrivers. An absolute ton of screwdrivers. Okay. You have rocks and stuff all below our feet. So we can literally gather as many rocks as we want. Not so many trees in this open area, but I mean, there's a decent amount of bushes and trees like we can cut down and build. We need to build a wheelbarrow, but it's not terrible. We have access to these tire repair kits, medications, all this stuff, this compass, things that we can slowly collect and then go sell, like this bow silencer. We got some ammunition. We have access to the police station, which is fairly nice. Batteries. We can store up quite a lot of loot in this area, I feel like. Now, if somebody does happen to come by, I think there's probably a potential issue here. We're going to probably get raided as soon as people figure out we're here. Um, and while building the base, we're going to be extremely vulnerable. So the main thing is that we get these foundations and stuff down, and then we get this flag built, and then the flag defended pretty easily. You see, it's going to take 4 toolboxes per, and it's going to go down to 3, I believe, once we get to medium engineering. So that's going to be reasonable, and we'll get to medium engineering soon enough. Right now, we're just farming up engineering as fast as we can. So we can go over to the trees, cut them down. There's not really anybody around, and fairly flat area for the most part everywhere. So there's not a whole lot that somebody can do to us. And then once we get this built, we're going to have pretty much a big flat area that we can pick someone off at a distance from. So I think it's going to be relatively safe. And ideally, I would like to set up like a mercenary camp for, and just like have people use remotes to get into it. But we're going to be doing multiple layer defense, and then we need to figure out how far we can set another flag and build an airport. And we might go ahead and build the airport first. I don't really know yet, but we need this first flag finished, and we have it pretty much ready to go. Just need the toolbox and such. But I think it's pretty nice that I can kind of just come over from here, go to the town. The town is like 2 feet away. Zombies and stuff spawn down in here, but not too bad. If you go into the tree lines, wolves and things spawn pretty regular, so that's kind of nice. You have the ability to go hunt. I know if I go down there where I was originally going to build, There's a shack and stuff down there that you can use for a car garage. There's more hay bales. There's all kinds of stuff. And usually wolves and stuff spawn there pretty quick. So you can get wolf pelts, things like that. But I think this is just going to be a good area. You can see they have like potatoes, they have corn, a lot of food crops here, but they're not very, common. You get like one every now and then. So it's give something that you can do. Like you get new players here, you tell them to go harvest some crops, you give them some supplies. Uh, you're gonna have the ability to craft arrows and things. Like you have enough food and stuff here to pretty much keep people busy for a little while. You can. My main concern was that if I built a big area and then I needed to supply food to a bunch of people, I wouldn't be able to. And also, my character himself needs a lot of food. But in the area that we're at right now, it's not too bad. We might need a better source of water. We can go down south and get water out of the river. And there's this stream up here, but I believe, actually, now that I think about it, there's a base at the bottom of this river at C1. I completely forgot about that. It's metal and fortified. So that is where that dude probably came from over here. That's going to be our direct competition. Hopefully, we can be at peace with him. I would prefer not to have to fight somebody. They're probably going to end up being the PvP players that were killing me at the last base. I would almost guarantee it, to be honest. Look, another screwdriver. Might as well grab some metal scrap. There's a decent amount of stuff that spawns. Like none of this stuff is particularly amazing, don't get me wrong, but I think it's fairly like good stuff to have. It's not There's a lot of money that spawns here too. Like this whole town is spawning not necessarily like super OP loot, but you have the ability to craft some of the best arrows. You have the ability get base rating supplies. You have the ability to find clothes. You have a lathe and stuff in here. You have the ability to store multiple vehicles in town. So I mean, there's quite a lot that you can get out of this when you really get down to the nitty gritty. Wasn't expecting to find a backpack. Apparently, you can get insulating gloves. I wasn't planning on finding a backpack in here, but it is bigger. So what I normally do is I'll keep a backpack on me and then I stick the other backpack in my hands and it gives me extra storage space. So I like that. I haven't really had time to go look around at a bunch of stuff yet and craft a bunch of fancy backpacks. Okay, but just run around, collect bolts, scrap metal, all that good stuff, and hopefully we don't get trolled by that guy. That's the only major concern I have is getting trolled by somebody while I'm building my base. All I want to do is build a base. If it's just me and this dude, I'm not super worried about it, but he has a base. That's already telling you kind of how advanced this dude is. He probably has a vehicle, and then the only person that I know who really has a vehicle in this area says they live up north, but we always see the vehicle come down this road here, and they're the people that killed us at A0, and they're the ones that stole from us down here, and they're the ones that camp scrapyard. So I'm hoping that the guy doesn't really frequent the town so much, and maybe he like enjoys going to the scrapyard a bit more because I was kind of with the scrapyard uh pretty recently. Like, look at this. Ant's compass, gunpowder, grapefruit. Pull out your freaking thing, my guy. Probably should have just punched him, to be honest. There are a lot of flares. I feel like you're supposed to use flares for something. I think they probably counter night vision. This town has like all of the basic supplies that you would want, though. Thread, nails. I mean, you're gonna have wolves and stuff to farm. You know, Sadly, you can't lock that up, but that I feel like that would be pretty cool. You have this restaurant thing. I don't really know if anything spawns in here, but you got a number of registers. You got a number of, places to get cash, which I think is nice. A number of kitchens. I don't really see anything spawning up there that's useful. This might be my new favorite town. Not really, because it's OP, but because it has everything that you need starting out the gate. You know, that gravel bag, got some more metal scrap. All these benches here you can get stuff out of. The main issue is that if somebody does raid me, and I have a bunch of screwdrivers, they're probably gonna raid me constantly, all the time. And if I try to trade with people, I put myself to be open to a PvP target as well. A boombox? Just look at that. See that? Perfect. The only thing I've been able to say so far is I haven't been able to find a lot of bobby pins, but there are places to get bobby pins, so shouldn't be too bad. We're gonna try and get that axe here in a second. A number of trash cans, you got some places like that you can get food at. You have all these small little houses and things. This is apparently a bar. I did not know that. So you have a place to get wine and beer. Like, look at all these commodity items that we get a hold of here. This is why I like this quite a bit. Why can't I put anything else in this pocket? Is there? Oh, it has a weight limit. That's interesting. 2 kilograms. So if we take this out, I was unaware of weight limits, but that is interesting. We can get wine, beer, all the bottles and stuff that we need. So this is telling you that you're gonna have the ability to craft rafts. You're gonna have the ability to, find a decent bit. We know that we can get stuff here. This seems like a good town to kind of get people used to the game, figure out where loot is, because these bars. I don't know how effective the raft is yet, but I would plan on, instead of running from here over here constantly, if I ever want to go to the scrapyard or something, I think I'm just gonna build a raft and sail it down the river here, and then I can hit this town. I don't really know what's in this town. I could run to that town. I can go up to here, set my boat down, loot, bring it back to the boat, and then sell the boat all the way over here, or sail it down and then run it to the trading post here. I think all that's good options. And then, I could sail the boat down to like down right in here somewhere, or somewhere on the bend, and then I can loot these two areas, bring it to the boat, and then come back and then drag it over here and sell it. I think it's fairly good operation here. Okay, but my main concern is that I'm gonna get like camped as soon as someone figures out I'm in the area. They can easily kill me off repetitively. They could easily drain all of my fame points, especially with me in that field over there. But we can already see like pretty significant difference. Just the amount of supplies we're able to quickly get. Like every 30 minutes, we're gonna be over to go over here, grab bolts, nails, all that. You can hear the wolves in the distance. Okay, so there's a number of things. Caramel soda. You know, we're finding bottles, we're finding beer, we're finding all kinds of stuff. There's a number of vending machines, there's food. Perfect little town for me. And like personally, I'm not super interested in the big loot. I'd prefer to trade for my loot, so I don't have a problem being in a lower tier area like this. And I rather like being in a lower tier area because I don't want to deal with like serious hardcore PvP. But I almost guarantee if I do stay here, I'm going to run into one. That's been my issue so far is that I've had a bow and arrow for the most part. I haven't been able to craft any bullets or anything. And so you see all the wolves that spawn around here? Like you could go and on a wolf pretty easily. But I haven't been able to go and get better like stuff because every time I go into a bunker, I get camped at the bunker or the scrapyard. I get camped, and then I don't have the ability. I don't think that aggroed me, so that's probably somebody else. But I want this. So we got a good loot load. I think now we just kind of head out of town. We could sell the boom box. We could keep the boom box. But I feel like having just generic goods to sell. 98% sure I heard footsteps in that building. I don't think I want to sit there and find out. I think that's that place that had the campfire. Let's just get out of here. We got the base, like the bulk of what we want to get. And also, like, when I don't need to travel as far for things, I don't feel like movement speed is as necessary as before. So even if I started with 3 constitution now, I think I would just go advanced endurance. If I want to be honest. But when we look over here, this we already have at medium. And this is still leveling up as we carry a heavy load. So we may have glitched it to where we're not gaining any endurance, but we're also not super overloaded at the moment. So that could also be a big factor. We have a lot of stuff on us, but we're not really heavy. So it's not a big concern. We're not gaining much strength or anything like that. But you see, we're still able to run a pretty good distance, and we're having less food and water consumption, which is good. But we do need to get some corn or something like that uh, for our carbs to keep our protein good. But you see all these hay bales, there's hay bales everywhere. There's things in town everywhere that you can collect feathers. So that means that you're gonna easily be able to that didn't have any stamina. We have good stamina recovery though. We're good in melee combat. It's all right. We have all this stuff that like we can get a pretty good source of rags 24/7. So I mean, it's not too bad. Now we have some axes, we have other stuff out here. Right now I'm just slowly generating tools for toolboxes. And then when we get a good amount for toolboxes, I think we're gonna be able to kind of do a few different things with that. But we're gonna have a couple items here that we can sell for money, which I think is good. We could craft a sewing kit right now. That would probably be good as well. We have quite a bit of stuff for sewing kits. So I think, in general, this place is pretty nice. We're able to get a good amount of everything, all the basics that you need. I haven't crafted any of the more powerful arrows yet, and I think, that would be something that would be pretty nice. Apparently, we can find these insulating gloves and dryers and washers. So, I mean, that's good. There's quite a few houses there that we could get, those from. So they have access to these wine bottles, beer bottles, grapefruit drinks. We actually need to drink that. I think we need to use a couple of these nails and build another storage box. We're going to need a few storage boxes, and we're going to have to temporarily at some point build a wall around the flag, maybe even if it has one door. But as soon as we start building, I feel like someone's going to figure out where we are. And so I kind of want to keep this on the down low as much as possible. But it's also possible that somebody can actually see me and see my stash from the road. So, but I don't think this place is very like populated. That's kind of what my interest is here. It gives me a chance to kind of learn the game and not get punished so much. But we're gonna hop over to single player here in a second because I need to test a couple of things. I think pretty quick. We might go ahead and craft another box though, and we need to craft this wheelbarrow. So we have the bolts for it. We just need to make the wheel and all that. And I'm pretty sure the wheel was like tree branch. I don't know if there was any trees in town we could cut down close by, but you need long sticks, metal, bolts. We can find pretty much all of that in town, so I think that's fine. And as soon as we get the wheel, everything's good after that. We can build the rest over here. Um, we have access to the small log shed, and we have access to foundations and stuff now, so all that's good. But we need to make the toolboxes before all that, and I want to have a decent supply of toolboxes before I get into all that. So come in here, and we need to grab a couple of these nails real quick and place those in there. And then we're gonna need a lot of rope and some planks. But that is also a good reason to have. Oh, I need to get my scissors. Good reason to have a good pair of scissors with you, and all of these zombies that we can spawn in town. If we don't have any other use for their actual clothing, we can turn it into rope, which I think's fine. You know, you can see how much you can get from this. That's why I think it's a little bit better than using a bush, especially if you have like everything else. Plus, like bushes are used for building walls, stuff like that. So cut into rag strips. I want to see if this levels anything. Probably levels survival, I would assume. And it's gonna level awareness pretty good. So we get survival. We got like 20 awareness there, but like each of those rags can pop out like, two, three, four, five strips. So, I mean, there we got like four strips. Yeah, we're not getting much XP from it for awareness, but that's fine. Getting a decent bit for survival, you know, 100 XP or something. I don't even know, but better than nothing. And then when we actually get down to, cutting trees or whatever, we're going to have a lot more time and stuff to use everything. So, or less time used cutting everything down. So that's a positive. I don't know if the like axe cuts are going to go very far distance while I'm out here, but I could potentially just cut everything down over in that forest and then haul it over here. but I think when someone's in that town, they're probably gonna hear me. There's a good chance they're gonna hear me. Personally, I've never really used scissors this much, but this is a lot of rope. This is one puppet. That's a lot of rope. It might be good for us to bury our chest too, but I'm not super worried about it. I think if someone drives on the road, there's a chance they see it, but I think it's slim. Better chance for someone like running on the mountainside to see it, I think. And I don't really see this being a high traffic area, so should be able to cut up the hat maybe. Yeah, and the gloves. Just look at all the cloth. Like this is. I mean, I'm not gonna say we're gaining much per cloth like here, but you're talking 20 XP or something, quite a few times, and it's probably better to make a rag bundle than it is to actually build the rope, I'm assuming. I guess we'll do a comparison real quick. So we're gonna do one rag bundle and then we'll do one rope. All right, so bundle of rag strips, I believe is like 5 rags. Hello? Bundle. Am I blind? Okay, bundle of rag strips. Yeah, so it's definitely probably more useful to just do rag strips. 250 grams. So I think it's 5 rags in there. So if that's the case, you're gonna, well, that doesn't really make much difference then. If you do rag strips, then what does that do for you? I mean, you could potentially use this as a quicker method of farming awareness, maybe? Because before I was cutting a bunch of trees down and stuff, right? And then I was just leaving all the stuff on the ground and then I was logging in and out and you could use that to farm your awareness. But this, I think, maybe faster. You just kill puppets, turn their cloth into rags, make rag strips, and then you could uncraft the rag strips. You can see how close these are together compared to the planks. So I was going to collect a bunch of stones, but I think this means I could passively collect cloth. And then once I get a large enough collection of cloth, I could simply uncraft it on the ground and then log in and out and then potentially recraft it afterwards to store it. Just need a little bit more rope. But you've seen was it the Lithias guy? He does crafting and uncrafting bobby pin bundles, which okay, I got 2 for some reason. I'm not opposed to it, but if it's not beating this, like, might as well just do rag strips. But I think instead of storing these as rag strips, I'm just gonna go ahead and store them as rope. I don't see any reason to store rag strips if it takes 5 rag strips. Let's see how many this takes to what does it take 3 for a rope? 1 second here. No, it takes 5. So I mean, rag strips, dirty rag strips. Takes the same amount either way, so might as well just use the rag strips. I don't see like let's examine it real quick and see if there's anything that you can craft. So you can do a bundle of rags. I guess use the rag strips to okay, so maybe it compacts the rags down. You you craft a bundle of rags strips and then you kill a puppet and you turn their cloth into rags and then you use the strips to tie the rags to save space and medical items. That would be good. Improvised bow stabilizer. Okay. Empty bag. Halloween masks. A bow silencer. Improvised boots and a grenade launcher. Improvised boots. That takes 2 rag strips. A bundle of rag strips. So, was it? So the bow stabilizer, you have to connect it to a compound bow. I mean, that could be good for me because I got enough strength for a compound. Bundle of rags. Takes 1 improvised rope or 1 rag strip. That's a terrible waste. So if you're gonna do bundles of rags, you do a rag strip bundle. Okay, we already got 1 of those, so I'm not gonna worry about it. But when we go into town, I'm gonna kill a puppet, turn its clothes into cloth, and then see how many we can store. I'm assuming it's going to be something like 5 rags, maybe, in a bundle. And if it compacts that down to say a 2 or 3 wide area, then maybe it'd be worth it. Also, I'm wondering if it works on bandages, or antiseptic rags or whatever. Because where's that at? I know you can craft them. Antiseptic bandages. Tire repair kit. Improvised flashlight. You're supposed to find a Desert Eagle flashlight and then turn that into an improvised flashlight. Crossbow. That's pretty interesting. I know there's a place that you can craft antiseptic bandage. Cooked vegetables. Okay. I mean, maybe I need to get more into cooking, but I don't have access to salt. What else can you use? Sea salt. Any of this that you can build without salt. The skewers aren't that big of a deal. We could make alcoholic beverages, stew ingredients. If I'm gonna have an outpost, it might be worth it for me to like slowly do cooking. Like this requires salt, requires salt, requires salt, requires salt, salt. So I mean, we're gonna need salt for a lot of this. What is this? On carne ingredients. That's the easiest thing in it, but it's peppers and garlics and tomatoes. I mean, we could make that probably. Advanced awareness, I guess. Cantonese. I guess we could trade people for food supplies and then trade our food for items. Could be interesting. Anyway, yeah, if you can get something, actually, let's look at it real quick because we can see it inside of here. I didn't really think about it, but we can see it in here. Okay, so bundle of rags, 5 rags. Okay, now considering we got to think about how many it takes. It takes one rag strip to make a bundle of rags. So if it takes like a 2 or 3 slot area, it's going to be good for like a medic, And my guy does have advanced medical right now, so. But all of this rope means that I will have quick and easy access to rope for building tools. I am all for that. And all these boxes and anything else that I might need, I can have access to that. Let's take this in our hands. And I needed what? Planks? Yeah, so now I need planks. So we have access to planks, pretty close by. Opposed to that. I don't know if strength helps us in this situation, but this axe, like I don't know what the big difference is between the big axe and the small axe cutting wise. Okay, it seems like it doesn't really increase anything. I would think the big axe would be better at cutting trees, and then with heavier strength, maybe it would be better, but it doesn't seem to have an effect. And then, I mean, the only difference I could see is like maybe you're using less. That's a lot of wood. I think we were getting extra wood out of this. It seems like we got extra wood. Normally we get like 4. That's a lot of wood. And we kept the tree branch, which means we probably can get a decent amount of wood with the big tools. So we need to use big tools. Seems reasonable. I'm gonna go ahead and like prone crawl this and just take one of these logs with me. Okay, so I mean that just means that we can get some more value out of each individual tree. I am all for that. But it does mean that we're probably, well, actually, I think we could fit one tree in a wheelbarrow before. So I don't know if it's really going to be efficient for wheelbarrow trips. So here's the real question. How many planks do we get out of a log? Because before, I think we are getting like 4 planks out of a log. If we get any more than that out of this, then it's worth it. No, we're getting 4. So question becomes now, is it better to use just a regular hatchet, or are we going to get the same amount of lumber? Like, because like um, we can have like, how do you say it? We can have a small hatchet and a normal hatchet at the same time. A small axe head. If the big axe gives us more lumber per tree, okay, I'm thinking those 2 trees are relatively the same size. All right. So now let's come over here and we take a rope and then let's just go ahead and cut one of these bushes down. Okay. And so we're going to use that, that, and that, and craft a stone axe. Now, we still have one large stick, so let's take a stick with us real quick. All right, so let's take this, and we will cut down this tree. First off, just to show, this still gives us 4 planks. You hear, like, it sounds like it's louder and you hit more frequently with this small one, so that's one thing. This tree and that tree kind of look similar, so let's go ahead and cut this tree with a small. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Actually, let's time these real quick because I'm curious. Okay, so we need to find the stopwatch feature. Okay, 1, 2, 3, go. We want to see the time and we want to see how many logs we get. So about 25 seconds. Looks like the same amount of logs. Okay. 25 seconds, same amount of logs. And 1, 2, 3, go. 25 seconds, same amount of logs. This right here, less hits per second. Still 25 seconds. So no difference in cutting. Appears to be a difference in durability loss. I don't really know if it's worth it to make big stone axes. Now that I have these logs, should I build more chests or something with them is the question. I think we can go ahead and like store these sticks real quick. Now, if you were going to use chests for storage, like I've already seen, like if you don't have a wheelbarrow, you can drag one of these chests with you. It works pretty good. But I don't know how useful it's going to be like long term. But like all of these sticks, like I can save these for later, but they take up a lot of room. Okay. So I guess let's just go ahead and cut up these and use them to level up our engineering a little bit. Okay. We already got a bulk of everything that we wanted out of the town. So if we look at our engineering right now, we're at 8123. Now, when we go to single player, I want to test a couple of things. The first thing is I want to build kind of a mock base design to kind of figure out what I'm going to do exactly. The other thing is I want to test out basically a method to kill mechs as a solo player. From what I've seen online, it takes like hundreds of rounds, like 400 to 700 rounds to kill one mech. So I feel like if you're gonna kill mechs, that's when you're like in a big clan. When you have like 8 people, you all like dump one mag or two inside of it, and you're done. But I think as a solo player, if you wanted to take a mech down, maybe the best method would be because we tried to use pipes before and explosive arrows. It didn't work very well. But I'm thinking maybe you could put pipe bombs on the ground, then put an improvised like explosive on top of it, and then at that point, maybe you would be able to get a decent amount kind of out of everything, right? Okay, so I believe at this point we get the most XP from the improvised raft, even though we should have placed this before everything. So we already get quite a lot of plank usage out of this, so it's going to be quick compared to everything else. And I'm just going to go ahead and destroy it and move it. I'm going to use a little bit more of our weapon, but whatever. Also, I don't remember exactly how much store. I think it has the same amount of storage space as the um small log shed. However, I believe rafts, I mean, there's not any limit to what you can stick inside of them. So if you build a raft, it's going to be like 4 times the size, I believe, of a storage chest. It's going to take a lot more nails and stuff than that. But I mean, the sewing kit, the rest of it's not too bad. And for convenience, I mean, I think it's probably okay. All right, so that was one of those, and we went up to 1187. So let's just go ahead and figure that real quick. 1187, and you minus the old 8123. It's about 7,000 XP right there. So I mean, we're gonna hit medium fairly easy, I believe. We're already at 12%. And I mean, and this is just, I'm not really focusing on it, but this is just kind of over a period of time. I'm just gonna slowly like level it. And ideally, I think I'm going to do this before I start building the base. I think I would like to at least get to medium before building the base. That way I can get the external parts of the cabin area finished. That's going to be the best part, and also save a little bit of usage on the toolboxes. Because right now it's taking about 4 for foundation. I believe when I get to medium, it's going to take about 3, if I'm thinking right. You start at like 5, so it goes 5, 4, 3, and then 2, I guess, at advanced. Um, but I plan on getting to advanced by building the base. So now we just got basic survival. This is part of the reason why, like, if I go 5 intelligence, I've been going advanced medical, medium engineering, uh, basic survival, so you can have access to the crafting stuff at the beginning of the game. But my last character, I went with Constitution, which helped a lot with his movement speed and stuff. Um, but if you go with a character with strength, you know, you can have access to all the weapon skills early. The thing is, like, the weapons don't take as much. All right, so we're getting 3% off of that. Not terrible. Axe is still holding up. We can go back into town, but I think we're just gonna wait for a second. All right. We'll go ahead and do a force log out. Then we'll go ahead and test a couple things. It is about 12. I got a couple of hours. So we're gonna go to single player and we're gonna go kind of do a mock build real quick. I got a few different things that I want to test, okay? Just a couple. Um, I'm thinking how we're gonna build. I got a little diagram that I built. We're not gonna be able to build the airport inside of the actual base area, I don't think. We're gonna have to have two separate base areas and then kind of combine them together. But we already know that basically this is our area that we're going to build. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay. And then if we do everything that the way that we've dealt before, okay, we're going to have two of these with gaps in between. Right. Now we need to find the center of the base and fix that real quick. But this is the external defense layer. Then we're going to have the actual layer to get in. So we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. And then what we have to do is toss the old flag down in there. Right. I think what I would do here is, I mean, ideally, if I want to protect the flag, you could take out some foundations and really surround it, but if someone puts a C4 down here, sure it's going to damage the wall anyway. But what I'm going to do is essentially the same thing we did on our first base, and I want an area that I can kind of like hop down into, and then we're going to just kind of build small layer of wall around the flag and extend that kind of. And then when we want to get into the flag area, we just destroy the actual wall pieces around it. And you know, so you seal it off. It's in the middle of the base. Keep doing that pretty much everywhere, and you're gonna thicken that layer up. If someone tries to parachute on top of it, they're probably gonna get impaled by spikes and die. But essentially, I just want to layer that enough to where somebody does get in here, they're gonna have to use quite a bit of C4 to kind of get into the actual flag area. And then for me, all I'm gonna need is a melee weapon, kind of break through the walls and then rebuild the wall. I'd probably put a small, like, weaker section somewhere in there for me to kind of identify and come into, I think would be the best thing. Looks like there's some sort of issue going on there. Okay. Okay. Let's do this and then connect it somewhere. Yeah, small gap, doesn't matter. Anyway, center of the base. I think that's fine. And then on every corner, we were doing one, two, three. And we were destroying these foundations for entryways. I think what I'm going to end up doing is change my layout to the actual base by um, well, first things first is that we got to remember that we don't need to build foundations here to save materials, but we do have to build stairs. It's going to be more expensive anyway, toolbox wise. Ideally, I would like to get stairs all the way down. I mean, that's a 7, right? This guy has max engineering. Okay. So it's going to take 7 toolboxes for that. And if we build a foundation, it's down to 3. Okay. In any case, you got to do that. And we're going to have to build the log cabin structures all the way across and the big structures in the middle. And we need to get rid of all of the fluff from here. So this is going to be 1, 2, 3. So we don't need this foundation. And we don't need, I believe, these foundations here. Or that one. Or those. So this is what's going to save us quite a lot of materials here. Is that we need to find the center where we're going to build. Then we go 3 in all directions until we hit the edge. So this, actually we needed that foundation. Right, because you need 3 on this side. So we don't need that one and we don't need this one. And what this is going to allow us to do is we're going to have inside pockets on each gate entrance. So once they get into here, it's just going to be a wall layer. Okay, and I think that's going to be pretty reasonable. So if we take a wood cabin, I'm not going to try and make everything 100% perfect right now, but just to get the basic concept of the base down, I'm pretty sure there's only one spot you can place that when it's like that anyway. So anyway, good enough. And then essentially, you're going to come back and destroy all of the stairs. Now, that means that you're going to have 2 options, I believe, with this internal section. You're either going to put a series of doors, and then it's going to go into a walled off area that isn't going to have access to into the internal workings of the base, or you can have a stairwell that goes up somewhere here, or you could have 3 stairs right here to go into the log cabin side. Right, because there's going to be log cabins on either section here. The only place they're going to be able to get up is right here. So this is going to have to be the stairway to get up. But if you put stairs around the inside here, you could put storage chests underneath. And that means each individual section of the base would be underneath these foundations and underneath the stairs, which would have more HP than the actual walls that you would build early. But that's just kind of some fine details that doesn't really matter right now. From here, you don't need this foundation. So we don't need 3 foundations across, and then we don't need that foundation, I believe. So I think 2 foundations there. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so we don't need this one. Basically, it's 2 foundations and then a square. And this is going to save materials. It means we can do a couple of different things depending on what you want to do when you get into the base. I mean, we could put guard towers underneath there. We could put a wall around the outside and be able to put extra barricades maybe. But we're gonna have the large log cabins literally right here, so that's kind of something that we got to think about when we're building. Okay, so small log cabin, that's fine. Green, scoot it, green, fine. Green, 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 green. Okay, and then this is the next area. I like that this has a tree next to it. Now, the issue that I'm going to have, and I don't know if I'm going to try and solve it by lowering the foundations or not in the center, but if the large log cabins are on the same plane as the smaller cabins, then what happens is when the smaller cabins get destroyed, the large cabins are going to get destroyed. And I don't know if I want to do that or not yet. That's kind of the main concern. The other part is that people might be able to try and jump over this, but I don't think it's going to be the biggest issue in the world. Okay, so destroying that foundation destroyed all the cabins. It's good to know. Let's go ahead and clear this out. Now, if we did make the whole thing out of medium cabins, I believe it would make the wall sturdier for C4s, even if they did try and blow up the outside. Um, but I'm not really sure about that. It seems like the medium cabins take less damage, but they have the same HP value, so I don't really know the difference there. But I'm thinking I think we'd have to lower these down to separate it from the outside, but it just depends on what you're looking for. I mean, if they have enough C4, they can just blow it up anyway, so kind of iffy on that. But I want to go ahead and test a couple things. So let's go ahead and make a bed real quick. I'll just place it down here. Okay. So I kind of want to show flag area. This is how I'd get in to mess with my flag and then reseal it. All right. So flag area, you can see right now we're pretty square with the actual area, and we're in the center. So we can have our two outside platforms, and then there's enough room for a very small area of traps if you wanted to keep them in your base. But the question is how long do the traps last when they're not in your area, and how long do they last when they're in your area? And so if we take, I just want to put a basic wall section here. Um, my idea originally is that on the outside edges of the base, I don't really care about going outside of the area, okay? Because if you put poles out here, yeah, they can destroy it, but they can only destroy it if they have a melee weapon. So say people come with C4 and people come with a they come with C4 or they come with a lock picks, and you have a wall section that is outside of your base like this, okay? There's nothing that they're going to be able to do. I mean, with that, they're going to have to go get a melee weapon, and they may have one, all right? But if they use a C4, they're going to get through this either way. And then if they don't use a C4, then they're going to have to find a melee weapon to break it down. And breaking it down, if we look here, it's not going to take long, but it's going to be a couple of seconds. All right. Not terrible, but I mean, it's going to be the first layer of defense. I think it's realistic that people can break down that with a melee weapon. I don't think it's going to be that big of a concern, but you would have to come and refresh this every day and make sure that's spaced correctly. So that is the issue there. And then I want to look at um I don't know if that's it. Yeah. Okay. So we need this and we need a shovel and I want to set time real quick. Okay. So the idea is that if you place one of these down, I don't know what the explosion radius is, right? Now, if we arm it, I don't know if you would want to put it underneath a pole or in front of the pole or behind the pole. My question is how much damage does it do to the actual pole? Now, what I think would happen is if people see this, they're going to be like, "Oh, I can destroy this with the melee weapon." They're going to go into the animation and then it's going to make them walk over the mine. All right? And I also want to see, like, I don't know how big the explosion radius is. You'd probably want to stick it over, like, or near where the pole area is. I just want to see how much damage this does. I don't think it's going to destroy a wall. I don't think it should be enough to damage the wood wall. And if that is the case, then we shouldn't have a problem here. But I do want to bury a couple. So it is a small berry pile. You can kind of notice it. Okay, so now I want to take another improvised mine, and I just want to see if we can get close enough to this. Okay, and I'm going to place another one right here. I don't know what the detonation range is, but on this one, I want to bury it, and I want to see two things. One, I want to see if it will go off when the other one goes off, and if I can put a pole over the top of this to cover it up. And if I do that, that means that I could put a pole over the top, and then after they cut the pole, they're gonna have to walk through that gap, and they'll set off the mine. And they might not notice the mine if the actual pole was on top of it, right? What's the deal here, boss? He's tired. Okay. Okay. So it looks like you can put an actual wall over it, which is great. And then now, can we set that off? Doesn't look like it. All right. Now, you can see what I'm aiming for here. So set fame, spawn at the shelter. Now we see kind of how this is going to work. All right. So we had a tiny explosion right here. And I'm not seeing, where's my axe? Axe anywhere? Oh, it's in my, okay. I'm not seeing anything crazy here, okay? Damage wise, took like 10 HP, barely anything off of the wall, and it insta killed somebody. I'm perfectly fine with that. Crafting wise, you get access to it at basic. I'm fine with that. Now, I don't care if it sets off when you go near it. I really don't. Even if it's my own. It seems like the blast radius is very, very small. You actually have to go over the bit. And if that is the case, I do not care about setting it off at all. So if it doesn't despawn on the server, I would just stick them outside of my base area, and I would stick these poles outside of the base area, and everything would be hunky dory for the most part. So where are they at? All right. So you get access to the pipe bomb at basic. You don't even need basic to do the improvised mine. And now it's a pen, a toolbox, metal, gunpowder, and you need a soda bottle, which we can get in town fairly easily. So now the question is, if I destroy this, is the other mine still under there? It does not appear to be under there. Okay. So now we need to figure out how far of a distance we need the mines to be. And we might be able to do a zigzag pattern where we put one like right here and then one behind over here, right? So we know that we need this area covered. We will then need 2 improvised mines. Okay. We would put 1 improvised mine where this pole is. I'm just going to go ahead and stick it in the front where the person's going to have to do the animation. Then we have to arm the mine. I'm also curious how much engineering you get. So we get 47 right now. Then we bury the mine. I want to look at this real quick. So you get a decent amount of strength doing this as well. I'm fine with that. Conditioning is not going down at all. I really think starting a character with 5 conditioning is the best. I really do. Personally, I don't even think I care much about the kill boxes. But starting a character with 5 conditioning, being able to run super fast, run far, regen your stamina, all of that, I think would be good. Didn't even see that one hardly. So now we got that one there, and then let's zigzag this. So we'll put this one back here. Looks like we got a decent amount of XP for doing that. So we got 72. I doubt we get anything for burying it. Well, like my main thing though is like dexterity really easy to level. Okay. And then thievery, even if you don't have any dexterity, you can almost get it to basic. All right, so you actually do get experience for burying it. What does that do? It gave us like 30 XP for burying it. So let's unbury it. Because we're gaining the same amount of strength pretty much this whole time. But you see, Constitution at 5, like it's not really lowering here. It is lowering, but I don't really care. Like, because my endurance is going to be able to level up to max. My running is going to be a level up to max. And if you start at 5, I'll go max endurance, medium running, and then you have like the best of all the things, and you have the lower value for strength that you'd need. Okay, so I would just lower dex, take the medium. You could lower strength and reduce the overall cost of everything, but I would lower dex, raise this to 5, keep 3 strength, start the game with like basic rifles and like medium boxing, you know and you'd probably be pretty good. All right, so how much did we get anything for unburying it? Yeah, we gain like 32 for unbearing it, 32 for bearing it. That's pretty interesting. So technically, is like as soon as you bury and unbury something, you could sit there and do that over and over again and level your strength and your demolition at the same time. It's not going to be super fast, but I mean, you could do it. My only thing really is that leveling wise, thievery is like a big deal. So let's say that you can go halfway to medium. Okay, that means you're still going to need 50,000 XP to get to medium, and you divide that by say 50. That's 1,000 picks. Okay, which isn't terrible. If you do like 10 a day, it's going to take you 100 days. All right, but you could do more than that in a day, most definitely. And then if you do say you need 1,000,000 to get to advanced, and if you do that with 50, it's going to take you 20,000. Then let's say you do 50 a day. That's 400 days. It's gonna be over a year. You're gonna have to do 100 plus a day, you know? Now, I don't know how many lockers are in a police station. I would say maybe like 6 to 8, maybe. Let's say you do 1,000,000 and you divide it by 50, you're gonna have to do 200,000. And let's say you get 8 lockers in that police station, it's 2,500 that you're gonna need to get to max, right? So let's say that you go and you play for a day, and every 30 minutes it refreshes, and you go and lock pick every 30 minutes, and you get 8 of those. So let's say you play for 12 hours, you're going to get 24 refreshes. Um, so this is divided by 8. So, and then you divide that by 24, and that's 100 days or so. That's if you lock pick a police station constantly. But my thing is I don't really know how much benefit you get. Like PvP wise, I don't really care so much about lock picking. Okay. But all right, let's go ahead and set this off. All right. All right. So this one went off, and it set both of them off. So that is the dilemma right there. Because we're going to have to refresh each and every one of these individually, but we can place them underneath the actual pole inside the base. So that's like the one thing that's a saving grace is that you could put the bomb underneath the pole, and no one's going to set off the bomb unless they go under your pole. I think that's okay, but I mean, I still want to see kind of what we're dealing with out here. Because we can have like a layer of poles outside of the base they're going to have to cut through before they even get there, and then have a layer of poles. This isn't even, but have a layer of poles inside the base with improvised mines underneath. Let's do 5. Okay. So we're gonna do 5, and we're gonna place them. All right, I think we want them far away from the wall so that we can fit like a barbed wire or something there, maybe. It's only the first layer. Probably don't need any barbed wire or anything there, but because I think you're gonna have to go and refresh the actual bomb every day, and that's why I kind of think it's probably gonna be better to stick them inside compared to the outside. So we're gonna have to do this probably. We need them close enough to where no one can get through the pole. The thing is with them this close to the base, uh, although they could kill somebody if someone uses a C4, then it's not going to help. It's going to blow up these, and it'll blow up the wall behind them and everything else. So, but I like these smaller controlled explosions. I don't really care so much about the big landmine explosions. These are easy to make. Don't require much of anything. You even have to bury these. It doesn't look like you even have to bury them if you don't want to, though. Um, but we'll bury them anyway. Now, my guess is that when you bury these, it's still going to set off each and every individual bomb when one of the bombs go off, and that's where the hassle comes in. I think I'd be very frustrated with that if it was me. All right, so we got one of them buried. Build a wall on top of it, and then you go and you bury another one. And I guess the one at the end will just set it off. Conversely, I mean, if you could put one above ground and one below ground and maybe it didn't set it off, then you could do that. But realistically, I don't think that's an option. But I know you can place these outside of your wall area, is what I'm getting at. And depending on, let's see if there's anything online about it. Scum, how fast do mines despawn? Says it despawns after 7 days. Mines under flag despawn something like after 7 days. If they didn't, it'd be very possible to layer hundreds of mines all over your base, which wouldn't be very balanced. Once you're happy with how many mines you have deployed, stock up on materials or keep some mines in reserve if you don't mind risking losing. Goes to Razor. Hmm. I mean, maybe we need to make a character with the dex being low and just see kind of how to. I mean, our character would be fat. Don't get me wrong, but I mean, they're not going to be that fat. You could probably even do like 4 strength, 4 conditioning. That'd probably be acceptable. See, but it's not going to be worth it to put mines inside the outside barricade if they're only going to last 7 days. So essentially, what we're going to do is just basically put palisade wall up, and then we're going to go out so many feet outside of the base area, put up another palisade wall, and someone's going to be able to break through the first wall section with a melee weapon. The second wall section, they're going to have to blow up probably. Well, actually, if they blow up a C4 here, it's going to stop that. So I'll just put these, far away from the base would probably be the best deal. All right. So personally, I'd probably just use the landmines and the actual base, like the door sections. And if anything that I have planned kind of works out the way that I want, I have a good. Oh shit! 1 second. If we're being honest, I forgot that I put some meat on a slow cook earlier, and kind of got a little crispy. That is how house fires start, people. Don't do that. Where was the other one at? What? I was unaware that that was the thing, but apparently it is. Huh. All right, I'm just gonna destroy this wall. Set it off. What is? Oh yeah, they're inside. Okay, yeah, they're inside the area, so they're not gonna kill me. Gotcha. Okay. Mm. Looks like improvised mine. It seems like it didn't affect it. If your body gets launched like that right in the base, God bless. Yeah, I don't really know what the radius is, but it seems like it's relatively thin. All right, so now I want to see about building a wall out of wood. How exactly, how thick or whatever, how this works. There's a way that we can layer the wall to make it thicker, kind of keep a C4 from getting through with just one C4 just by using wood. I'm all for it. I would like my walls to be decently strong if possible, even if it takes a while to build. You only got to build them, once the first time. And look at all the spikes. If you land on that, you're dead. Okay, a backpack over here. No, let's do C4. Not seeing anything there. Spawn item C4, blueprint C4. Now we place that in front of the old wall here. And if this can survive more than one C4, I'm pretty happy. Okay, that destroyed the outer wall with one C4. Now we need to go with second C4 to see if it's worth putting any of these sideways or not. I doubt that it is going to be worth it. It might be better just to layer your wall. It only took out half. I find that interesting. Okay, so let's do another mock build real quick. So if we do this, and then we go over here, say we build it 1 meter, and we get them as close as we can. Because I want to build something that can last even if it's built out of wood. Only blew up half of what we built before. That means maybe if we layer this enough, our first external wall can be very, very powerful. And then we can have essentially some palisades in front of that. All right. Now, would this take a while to build? I'm sure. But I don't think it's going to be terrible compared to everything else. I mean, that's a pretty formidable looking wall. And then we just need to seal it. Two-meter wall section. And then personally, I think I'd probably just go ahead and seal off the sides. Because if someone, gets to the sides, it doesn't really matter, but it's an extra layer of wall. Okay. That gives you one wall segment. And now let's say if we take another piece of wall and we do a really long piece of wall, as long as we can. We fill the same area with straight wall because each of these have 275 HP. Which would be better? I mean, your main thing here is that you're not going to be able to upgrade this wall once you get it. You could upgrade the outside, but the inside is going to be the same no matter what you do for the most part. Now, if we think this is going to take one C4 per wall, I can already see basically the how effective this layer here is going to be. I mean, it would take you a while to build this for sure. You're talking about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 layers of wood. I mean, you're probably going to look at about 10 layers of wood here for one wall section. That's pretty bonkers. I mean, even for a wood wall, just being able to layer this thick is going to be big. All right. You can fit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, almost 10 right there. And both of those look pretty darn formidable. 275 HP per. This one's only 175. And I'm going to go ahead and put uh, some wooden beams in front of this, kind of replicate what we're thinking about doing. So before they can even get to the wall, we're going to have something like this on the outside. And this could be a long distance away, but it's going to require them either to waste a C4 or they're going to have a melee weapon that can break down this external wall. Okay. Now we need a C4. And let's say that they come and they're going to detonate it. We want it over here so that it's kind of even. Split the difference. Okay. So we arm the trap. And then we see what we're dealing with here. 270, this is 200. I mean, compare the difference to HP. That's pretty massive. 275 for this massive wall section compared to 200 for this. So first explosion took off the first layer over there. Nothing else, but did take all the palisades. I'm just going to go ahead and replace this layer. Okay. And we are going to see how this works out. So we're going to go ahead and seal it. Okay. So now, no damage really to either wall. We're going to put this kind of in the middle. And we're going to see what happens. Definitely takes longer to prepare this one on the right, but okay, so it looks like it took out the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Couple of layers of wall there. This is where the real test is going to happen. So it looks like it took out about 2 layers of wall maybe on this other side. Okay. So I guess it depends how many layers of wall it takes out of that smaller section there. I will say that the compact spears there look a little bit better. All right, so that was 2C4, and it pretty much blew up directly through that. Here they got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 layers of wall still. So this has already failed. This has 6 layers of wall still. All right, so we're going to go ahead and place another C4 here. It will be easier to build that wall, I think, here compared to everything else. But all right, so now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it looks like it's going to take 1C4 per wall section. A pretty noticeable difference. Let's just go ahead and spawn in a couple. See if that changes anything. I mean, we're at 5 wall layers right now, but we can easily layer an external wall with this. So we're at 5, now we're at 4. So they're going to have to use 1C4 at a time to get through this. And then if we ever upgrade the external wall, then we're still going to have all this on the internal side of the wall to deal with. I think that's relatively okay. So personally, I'm not opposed to this. And we could layer every single wall in our base with this, to be honest. Instead of just having one wall section, we could easily just layer each wall of defense right here. I mean, that's already going to be quite a lot for somebody to get through if we do this. So let's go ahead and take these palisade or these things here just to kind of showcase what I'm thinking about here. Because we were putting essentially we were putting wall sections like this before, and right here, I mean, that's pretty darn flat. And then we're putting palisades on each individual section, and then we're putting walls. But just using wood, I mean, you can make a really tough base. And then by the time you get to advanced engineering and you actually put some cement walls in your base just on the exterior layer, that's an additional like 3C4 per use. I mean, that's pretty massive. You can do that on the interior and the exterior wall with wood in the middle, and you would have a crazy amount of defense there. Now, what I'm thinking here, okay, part of the thing that we're testing at the moment is the corners. I think we're thinking about destroying this corner piece because it doesn't really serve a much purpose to what we're trying to do. Essentially, if we put barricades across here, you can keep someone from jumping up on this. But you can do that on these individual sections, and then it frees up this corner for, say, like a guard tower and extra walling. So our corners will be thicker than everything else. So now we're going to go ahead and run this across and kind of show what I'm thinking here. And we still got to figure out how we want to do the actual gate. I plan on doing a gatehouse, so that is something to consider. Now, I think this first layer of wall, we do no towers, I think is what we're going to do. Then the second layer of wall, I think we're going to do towers. And I maybe We put a tower on the internal, but I don't really think it's necessary for us to. What's going to happen is the corner buildings here are going to be able to essentially allow you to hop over the wall into the second layer. And so let me go ahead and build one real quick. All right. So a building like this, there's going to be on the corner. Going to be able to go up here. All right. And the idea is they're going to be able to jump off of here and into the defensive layer right here if they're online and they want to defend this. All right. So then defense wise, you're going to have these palisades still, and you're still going to have the bob wire in between all of these. So I believe we can space these out like this and it doesn't affect anything. And in that case, you only take 3 per section. I believe you can space them out sort of like that. Not really like that, but let's go ahead and try it right here. So if we do one on the edge, we don't put them directly next to each other. Like we just do like that. All right, so we got a little bit of gap. And then we have a little bit of gap here. I don't think people can still, or maybe they can. All right, so we do got to still put them close to each other. Otherwise, people can vault, but that's fine. All right. Then you're going to have one of these over here. Okay. And you're probably going to need that on both sections. So you run this. It's been a while since I placed these, so I don't remember the exact spacing I'm interested in, but I think we're just putting them like that. But when you do this, people can't jump up there, and if they find a way to jump up there, then they're going to have to essentially run into these palisades, so it's not a big deal. Now, bob wire is another option. I haven't really explored it too much because it's going to be harder to craft, but you can place these on the edge as well. And then if someone tries to jump up, they still can't jump up. But I think they can still place a C4. So essentially, you don't need advanced engineering to, uh, make a base formidable. But I think this is what I kind of want to do. So then here, because originally I was going to put barbed wire and stuff in front of the base. But it seems like it may be a little bit uh, of a pain to go out there and refresh everything all the time. So that'll be kind of interesting, right? But now what we can do here is you go and you build a wall, and we're stretching it as far as we can. All right. And then we're connecting it onto the base as close as we can. All right. And then we build another section of wall. Looks like 10 meters is the max that you can do. And then we're just going to have to do that over and over and over on the outside over here, however much it lets us do. Probably have to build one wall section at a time because I see that we're already having gap issues. But basically, just do this, place them right next to each other, finish them. Even if it takes 5 C4 to get through this, I mean, that's a decent amount of C4 to use for one layer of wall. Okay? So we can layer this all the way up to the edge, but that right there is already 4, 4 C4. And then I want to put a reverse palisade or bob wire here. Originally, it was going to be bob wire, but if it's this close, I think reverse palisade, just to see if somebody will walk up here and touch the top. If they do, they will die. Essentially, if you come up here, it'll damage you. But it probably won't be super useful. All right. So right now we got like 5 wall sections. I'm gonna come over here, build the next wall section. Let's just go ahead and see what the construction cost is here. So the advanced engineering, about 60 sticks and 30 planks. You know, it's going to take a bit of resources to do this. After you get the first wall up, though, it's only going to be a matter of time. Slowly layering these up. But the longer you play, it seems like the better you're going to have like the ability to fortify this. All right, so that is 4 or 5 layers there. I think we just go ahead and put in a tier real quick, kind of fill herself up. It's already almost one. It's crazy. Now, what I'm thinking is, I mean, we're gonna have that, and then in between these two wall sections is where we actually had our bob wire before, but we were using like 6 bob wire or something, something crazy. I'm thinking maybe we layer these more because now we have this. So say we put a guard tower in the corner. Where's the guard tower at? Okay. This guard tower isn't going to be taller than the wall section. Could put it like this. I don't really know what the best method is going to be. Put this up here. I think jumping off, it would be easier to land here, but I think walling this off, it might not be easier to wall it off if you do what we're doing here. But essentially, you'd fill this in, and it looks like it's keeping people from jumping up here. So I mean, that's a positive. Um, okay. Go ahead and put a makeshift wall back here. Just kind of test the theory out. Basically, what I'm thinking is once you get to this section, first off, we're going to have to raise these towers up. They're going to need an extension. I don't know if there's a limit to how many extensions you can have. I'm assuming just one. Okay. But even at this level, this is enough to possibly jump into the first row because all we have is the palisades. Once they get past the palisades, they're going to be able to get up there pretty easily. So here, they're just jumping right in. If they're close, you can jump in here, deal with people here. If not, you're going to have to go upstairs and climb this. And then from this point, if we don't put a top on it, I think you can jump across and into this wall layer and fight them outside this wall layer. I think that's a pretty good idea. Now, if we put a top on it, I don't think you can do that anymore. So, but this does give us some sort of use for, uh, base building elements. Go ahead and try to put a top on it. Yeah, that should keep me from being able to jump out. So I don't really think the top part is probably necessary. That's just a little bit excessive, even though it does probably look a little bit better and protect you from the elements. We're just going to keep this as a normal tower. I am kind of curious to see what this looks like, though, when you upgrade it completely. So upgrade a metal tower. It's like you can only go to metal. It's interesting. But metal's all right. Upgrade. So, I mean, just the first upgrade has barbed wire around it. I think that's good. And when you upgrade it to metal, has less barbed wire. I think the original is better. But you get basically a little gunner's box down here. That's kind of interesting. So you're going to have a little area that you can be on the ground level and defend if you really wanted to. I mean, there's not really going to be much way to get down here unless you jump off the edge, but that's kind of interesting. I mean, basically, if you go down there, though, you're going to be stuck. I probably wouldn't advise that. Like here, you can drop down, but you can't get around it. But at least you can get back up. You're gonna have to basically drop down right here, and then you're gonna be able to get down in this box. But then you're gonna be stuck. Well, actually not. Okay. So I think that on the corners, very, very well, very neat. I like it. Okay. So now the question becomes, first off, we need to look like measure this kind of across, place this like over here, and then you're probably going to want to wall this like the other person would. Just kind of depends, because I don't, and this doesn't have like much more HP than that, and you're gonna want to have a layer of defense here, especially early. So I'm thinking, you're gonna want some sort of wall layer there. But if we go over here real quick, all right, do this. You might be able to save on barbed wire costs if we're able to do something similar to this. These are both towards the middle. Run this down to the end. And let's say that we do, say, 5. I think this is an interesting idea because you can basically make a wall section like this take 10 C4 plus to go through, which is pretty good. But when you look at in between, before we had one wall section on either side, and then we had this pit filled with barbed wire. So when they destroyed the walls, if they tried to jump, they would fall in the barbed wire pit and die. So they'd have to take out the foundations. Here, they're basically going to be able to destroy the walls and then drop down into the pit. Now, I think maybe 3 would be the magic number here, because then they're going to clip if they fall down. So maybe 3, maybe 4. We gotta look at the barbed wire real quick. So if we put a barbed wire here, essentially you can get it fairly close. Let's do another wall section real quick. So if you do 3 thick, and then you put a barbed wire down, you place it right on the edge. Okay. So now let's say you destroyed the wall section and you want it to drop down with the barbed wire. Now you're stuck. All right. So 3 is the magic number. This is why we have a blueprint. This is why we got to build everything out. So 3 is the magic number. I don't think it matters on this wall here. Um, I mean, they might be able, if we have this open, they might be able to keep detonating C4 to damage these outer walls. But they're basically going to have one C4 blow up on there and it's going to collapse and they're going to blow up this thing. So I think you only really get one shot with the barbed wire. I think that's pretty much it. But if someone does happen to fall off, we want them to hit the barbed wire. So let's say that we layer this. I mean, technically, we could layer this internal section as much as we want. We can make this completely 100% just like absurd levels of C4 to get through, even with wood. Now, once they get Molotovs and fire doing damage to wood structures, this is probably not going to be a very good base, but see how many of these you could actually layer before you get to the barbed wire. Because, I mean, if someone sees that there's that many layers of wall, I don't think they're going to try and jump across. And then basically one explosion is going to destroy the foundation. So you're going to want barbed wire in the middle. This also would save us the cost of building the barbed wires, even though I feel like jumping across, like baiting them to jump across the gap was part of the trap I think was going on. Because before it was like you had like 2 barbed wires or whatever in here. You'd have something like this, and you'd place them like close enough to where there isn't really anywhere safe to fall, right? But if they tried, they could have jump across. They would bounce off the wall and then fall into the barbed wire, which was kind of a big deal. And then it basically made them have to destroy the foundation over there before they came over. That was the big gist of it. Even though like one C4 could get through the wall, because you can jump to these platforms just barely. But as soon as you like jump and you hit the wall, you'd fall down into it. And then if you tried to jump into the gap, you might be able to, but you're not going to be able to get out because there's barbed wire on both sides. So it was more or less just to keep people from, coming over. I think it's still an okay system. I think we could still do this But I feel like if someone sees there's like 5 layers of wall over here, that maybe they're gonna lose incentive to jump the gap. But we could say put a bunch of wall layer or less wall layer here, and then completely fill up the wall layer right here coming in. But the issue here is that we're gonna have these weak spots like right here where people can come in and out of the base. There's these on every side right now. So you're gonna have to fortify every side, to get this on par with everything else. So you're gonna have to have 4 or 5 wall sections here to keep them from being able to blow up this and then get into the interior wall. Even though I don't really think that they would want to do that. Yeah, I don't think there's any real reason why they would want to do that. But yeah. But what's good about this is that essentially, if you wanted to, you could put as many locks as you wanted on each individual side of this until basically they would run out of locks or almost kill themselves, and then put like a 5 layer wall right at the end where it didn't go anywhere, which I think is interesting. But like we wanted to put a gatehouse on one side that would kind of be where we would enter and exit the base, and it wouldn't necessarily rely on locks. But I feel like it's going to be difficult to do because if we go any farther than this, it's going to be outside of the area. So you're going to have to build your gatehouse like out here and then put everything in front of it. So like we have enough room to technically do it. So if we do the same build that we were doing before, I'm going to look. Essentially, my idea was I wanted to build a cabin and then use a airplane hangar door as a block off point. I was going to leave it open and have like a trap area in front. So let me go ahead and get an axe real quick. Axe, 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 axe. There we go. Okay. So if we put this here, you could put this on every side if you wanted to, but I don't think it would be necessary to. The only issue is that this is the same level as that. I'm curious if it would actually destroy the other cabin if we destroy a foundation here. But before we were doing something like this, okay? And let's go ahead and destroy a foundation and see if this does anything. No, see that didn't do anything. So it probably doesn't matter since these are not connected. But before we would lower the cabin down and then you would crawl under the cabin. But this right here, you can literally walk underneath it, and I don't know if I want that option. Because before we basically put a wall, so you would set it here, and you would put a wall across or whatever, and you would be able to go in and out underneath. And then we would put a guard tower like this in front of it. All right. So you're still going to be able to defend this a little bit. But basically, the entry point is under the stairs. Now we could lower this down and have to do a crawl again, and that's probably going to be the best option because this right here, they can literally jump up on here. I don't know if I like that. So probably best just to lower all these foundations down. Gatehouse, you want it in the front, but you can see how it was kind of planned, right? You want to be able to defend this. You don't want them to just be able to know where the entrance to your base is, and I don't want my first layer of defense to necessarily be something that people could simply lockpick. I want them to have to think a little bit before they get in. And with this, we could theoretically layer these walls here as well. So if you get someone that isn't very like knowledgeable, then they're gonna basically not know where to enter the base at. All right. And it's just a minor thing. Before we had that gapped to where we had it gapped enough where people could jump up on top of that, and then we put traps on there, and basically it kept them from being able to go in and out. Here we could destroy this foundation if we wanted to and layer extra walls behind here, but that's just up to us what we kind of want to do with that. So we want to lower this down, okay, and it's probably going to take a couple foundations to do that. I don't know exactly what height is going to be the best, um, but we want everything here to be at a lower elevation. Now, if they have a C4, it means that they can destroy the cabin by destroying the foundation here. And so that's going to be the major weak point with what we're doing right now. Is one C4 is going to be able to get through this. But I like the idea of being able to really like have a kind of trick entrance to your base. And it's a little bit different, all right? So the main thing here, though, is that it's a little bit harder to make the base tricky with this because you can literally see the gate, like you can see it. Whereas the other one, it was just a cabin, and we had all of this walled off to where you couldn't really see anything through here. So, I mean, we could technically still remove some of this over here if we wanted to. I'm going to go ahead and build these out. Okay. So we kind of know what we're working with. But we could technically build gatehouses on each individual section. But the whole point is when this is done, you're not going to want to C4 this. You're going to want to lockpick it. And then if you can't figure out where to lockpick it, then it's, you know, it's kind of like end of the line for you. It wouldn't take long, I don't think. You know, people are crafty. They would figure out how to get in. But let's go ahead and see how low we can get this before. I'm thinking that would probably be, this is probably the lowest. Yeah. And then we might not be able to get through this. Okay, so that's barely able to get through. Now, I kind of want to try it with a hiking backpack real quick. Spawn hiking backpack. See if this affects anything. Maybe there's a like clipping issue or something. Nope. All right. So I'm going to show you kind of how we're planning the gatehouse area a little bit. Now, this isn't going to be as good of a trap as uh, what we had planned with the other base area. But basically, just hear me out real quick. It's going to be a basic cabin. So probably be one of the first building structures that we make, I think. Ideally, we're gonna put the foundations down, and then I guess probably after that we will push this out and get it going. But and you're gonna want a small cabin. That's a medium. I want a small cabin, and I generally just go ahead and place it right here. So this is the first thing that people find when they come in. And what I was planning to do, I don't know if it's going to work with how we're setting up now, but I was going to put an aircraft hangar door right next to this. And then when the door opened, it would close off the entry point into the base, right? And then when they went into the aircraft hangar section, uh, essentially that would be a trap area. Like maybe you could a vehicle or something in there, but it wasn't meant to actually be a thing. So I'm gonna go ahead and build this over a little bit. If we do the airplane hangar door, that could be the airlock that we were wanting. Okay, if we build it correctly, because we're wanting a place that people can park their vehicle when they come in. But I think it's going to give up a bit too much protection if we do it this way. Because I mean, if you build an aircraft hangar door, there's literally not much you can do to defend that. I mean, that's going to be the weakest link in the base, especially if it's just setting here. All right, so what we do is you'd basically put it like right here. That's not level at all. You'd basically want to put it right where you could kind of still get under the stairs as close as you can. Okay. And you want to still be able to crawl under here. So that is too close. Okay. Let's try and just push it a little farther out. All right. So that's fine. Now, from something that we learned a while back, that's I don't think that's flat still, but whatever. When you put an aircraft hangar door in here and you open it, boom. Now it blocks off the entrance to the base, and it partially blocks off this in here, but that's fine. Basically, it means that if you're in here, you can close the door, so it's like a gatehouse. If you're out of here, open the door. But basically, this would be the main entrance. The person in here would close it once the person got here. This is the gap. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to close that any smaller than it is. But before, I think we put something up here. I don't really remember how we had this planned. I think we had a log storage shed or something there. I don't even know where those are at right now. Oh, this thing. But we had something here. But essentially, though, this would be the entrance to the base. You have to go through the stairs. If we plan it right, we can layer We can layer walls all the way up to, I mean, we can't really layer any wall super thick here, but you could layer walls here decent ways. They're right on the edge. We're going to be able to clip and then drag it across. So you could layer this pretty good, but you can't really layer behind the cabin very good. And that's going to be the issue that you're going to have. Um, you can put a door here, which is kind of what originally we had going. But even then, I mean, that's kind of iffy. I don't know. I'd probably just put a door there, connect the door to the actual wall area best as possible. Probably wouldn't be able to work very well. 'Cause right here, you still need to be able to crawl underneath there. So we could connect sort of. I don't think it really matters where we connect it. We just need it to go from the wall to the door or to the wall. Anyway, I mean, we could probably just keep layering walls all the way to the door frame as long as it doesn't block anything major. But that's still a weak point where somebody could get into this door and then they're going to have access here. And then also right here, you're going to have, you're not going to have any wall section. So, I mean, the best thing maybe is to just separate this completely from the base, push it all the way to the edge of the area. Now, somebody could build a tower at that point and then jump on top of it. And that's where we're going to have issues because if they're able to get on top of this, that's going to be a weak point. They can build a tower and then they could jump down into the doorway, you know. They could jump down in there and then figure out how to crawl underneath because they could see from here the bottom of the tower there. And if you extend the tower up, then they're going to be able to jump on top of the other tower, probably. But they'll see these layered walls and stuff. The thing is that I like the idea of having this gatehouse here, but it's a weak spot where somebody could jump in, and if they can manage to get inside the base, they can destroy a huge chunk of the base without having to go through any wall, and I am very iffy about that. If we separate this though, it's still tall enough to where people could jump over the wall, and that's where I'm really iffy. Because we could get, a decent little bit of space, maybe to put like 5 wall layers or something there, but it's not gonna stop somebody from jumping over. Um, Essentially, we would have to booby trap everything, as much as possible on the other side of the wall. We'd have to put barbed wire or something on the backside. I don't think there's anything we could really do, but all of this stuff over here, I think would be good. We could potentially, I mean, there's not a whole lot you could do if you build a cabin up front. I mean, even if they could put a C4 here, blow it up, but having the layered walls behind it would be good. But you're still going to have this gap right here, so there's no way that they're not going to notice if they destroy the cabin and there's a gap in between your walls. They're probably going to know that something's up right here. But I like the idea still of being able to open up this door, come in here, close this, and then being able to crawl underneath here to get into the base. Just for like to stop a lock picker, I think that would be ideal. But if a lock picker knows they can jump over and they're going to be able to kind of avoid this whole section, jump over into here, and then start lock picking directly in front of that. And then if they have a C4, it's going to be bad. I mean, they're not going to be able to break out very easily, but from the inside out, you're probably going to figure out that you can crawl underneath that, I would assume, at some point. I don't think people are that dumb, but just the sheer amount, like it would take a lot of time for sure, but like the sheer amount of defense that you can get, just wood walls, nuts. Like 5C4 just for that. You can do a 5-layer wall here, a 3-layer wall here, and then you can put however thick of a wall that you want on the outside here. I mean, that right there is 5. You can put more. You can put palisades and barbed wire or whatever you want outside of the base, but you'd have to refresh it at like, every week or whatever. But man, like literally like the amount of C4 it would take, the entry points are literally the weak spots. Like that's the weak spots of the base is just the entry points. But I'm thinking, if you can get this working correctly, you have all these open or whatever, but you could in theory now, layer these as much as you want and open them, and then somebody can come in here and park, and then you'd have like 20 of these airplane hangar doors in front of it. Just layer the airplane hangar doors. Like, does that make sense? You know, you know, and that would make roof for your garage. Now, you could have one door, two doors, three doors, four doors, does not matter, as much as you want, and you can fit any vehicle inside of that. I think that's going to be the main entrance to the base. Like this is going to be the actual gate. Like if you look at this, just go ahead and get some airplane doors real quick. You got one there. All right. It gets a protection slot, two. I mean, even just one protection slot. Let's go ahead and do that. Snap another one in there. Boom, boom, boom. I think we are probably missing one of these in here. But I mean, that's a lot of stuff to actually like open and close, and you can fit airplane in there, you can fit a car in there. It's going to take time. Like the building materials for this isn't too bad. I mean, you need the nails, but with advanced 14 nails in that, it's not bad. It has, how much XP does that have? 275, so it's going to be just the same as a wood wall, and you're going to be able to layer that as much as you want. And you also got the cost for the door. I mean, that's not terrible either. So that right there is going to be essentially how you make a hanger. Basically, what I'm thinking is that you would close the outer door for like your day-to-day use. You just close the outer door, and you come back to the base. You use the remote or whatever on the outer door, open up, come in and park, and then like later on in the day, when you're done, you just come in, you know, and you would layer everything. If we do this, we could build this on every section of the base. If we don't do a guardhouse, we can just layer these, and at that point, essentially, we'd be able to park a vehicle on any side of the base. You just need to have a way to access the actual part to open the doors, and we could put more doors behind that. But I mean, that's already like 6 doors right there. So if a lockpicker wanted to get in, they would have to go through like however many airplane hangar doors that you have, then however many internal doors that you have for a place like this. Because this right here is like the guard tower with a wall. I mean, you can literally shoot over this. If we get rid of the cabin, there's no way they're going to be able to jump across into the base. Um, and if we use, like, technically, if we wanted to, this has the same HP value as a wall. Let's go ahead and test something real quick. So if we have a wall, we can go 10 meters, I believe. 10 meters. Now that's going to take 60 sticks, 28 planks. Now if we take this and stick in front of that, this is longer than the rest of the base. It's longer than that wall section. 21 planks, 14 nails. A little bit more material intensive. And then you need the door part. 21 planks, 14 nails. So you're going to 38 planks, 14 well, 17 nails, 48 planks, 3 toolbox, and you would be able to build this. All right, so this wood wall has 275 HP, and this hanger has 275 HP, and the frame has 275 HP. And you could put lockpicks on there. So I mean, it would give lockpickers an option to get into the base, but I don't think it would be necessary. And you could build that on the outside of your wall. If you layer that, you're still going to have a ton of spikes on top. That's pretty nutty. Let's go over to this side real quick. I like the idea of doing that. It would take a lot of resources, but if we get rid of the gatehouse, that's pretty wild. It does get rid of a big weakness, but I do like the idea of the gatehouse still. Okay. So this right here is the external defense wall, or the inner of them at least. Other one, I don't think that we had much in terms of defense on it. I mean, you're already going to have a massive, just an absolutely massive amount of everything here. So let's say if we didn't use wooden walls on the outside of the base and you made it look completely uniform and you spent all the time placing all the doors, kind of look and see what it would look like. Right here, I think, is what the spacing was. It's like a small gap in between them. They can't jump up on it, and it's 3 per platform. So that's what we were doing before. Okay. You'd have something like that, and then you would need an airplane hangar door, and you would place it on the edge. Now, if they do that, I mean, they can't jump over this still, but a lock picker could lock pick this and reveal the inside. It also means that if you were on the inside defense, one, you can't jump up here until you destroy the wall. And then two, if you're on the inside and say, it looks like it might be a little bit shorter than the actual wall. Let me look real quick. Place a wall section real quick. Might be a little bit shorter than an actual wall. It's a tiny bit, not much. But if you get on the outside layer of your base and you were fighting, boom, 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 fighting on top of here, fighting on top of here, they got to like the final layer of wall and you just like opened up one of these hatches and you're able to just lay into them right here. That's crazy. And then like if it goes bad, like you can just close it, maybe. I don't know if you'd be able to close it or not, but you'd basically have to come over here and close it. I mean, I think that's pretty interesting. And then essentially right here, this would be where your base started, where your entry point would start. And you would layer your wall sections like this. I find interesting. Let's see. If we go ahead and put this right here, put that. 'Cause you don't necessarily need an airport to land a plane. I mean, we have flat ground here, so we don't need the airport. But we could put the defense, and if we layer these enough, I mean, you're going to be able to store a plane in there. You can close as many doors as you want on the plane, which is going to be nuts, like when you really start thinking about it. But it means that it would take a very long time to get the actual exterior part of the wall finished. And also we're having an issue right here. So it probably doesn't matter necessarily that they're able to figure out, where the actual hangar is. So we can probably just use normal walls everywhere else because they're still going to have 4 options. They're going to have 4 options of hangars. If we put 4 hangar sections on the base and only one of them is an entrance, then lockpickers are going to have to choose between 4 different options to get into the base. And then if it doesn't work, then they're just going to be stuck on the inside. If they try to blow up on the sides of it, then it's going to be layered. And if they try to blow up on the backside of it, we're still going to have layers of wall there. So I mean, it isn't going to have much benefit for them if that is what we do. So let's go ahead and say that we clear out a space for the hanger here. What we'd have to do is this isn't the right door because ideally, like right here, we just use a normal door and we connect that onto the wall. I don't think we need any super interesting method here. Um, but what this could do as well is since this fits so perfectly right here, we could layer the inside of this for trucks and vehicles all the way down into here. So you would have garage sections that could store a plane and multiple vehicles. That that would be pretty nuts. But this also means is that the base can level up over time with us. So this is going to give us pretty much the ultimate garage. So we're going to be able to have vehicles inside the base. We're going to be able to have a garage that is roofed with multiple locked doors. Um, you know, oh shoot. Apparently it's tall enough to actually damage you standing here. So that's interesting to know. So you're going to have a damaged edge all the way down here. Then we're going to be able to basically layer. I don't even think that I would call it a layer, but basically I think what we would do is put these doors all the way down as much as possible. We do need to still check and make sure that the actual base section can be built. So that is something. But I think being able, so you could have literally an entire layer right here of airplane hangar doors. Okay, that would be a ton of locks, a ton of doors, right? You can have a gap here if you wanted, but I don't think you would need a gap. I don't think you'd want a gap. So probably just layer the sides with as many walls as possible. So even if they destroy the gates, then they're going to have layers of wall. And then, even then, I mean, it's going to go through. They're going to be able to park a plane or whatever right there inside of the hangar. And then at the back of the hangar, you're going to have a smaller entry point where you can pull in a vehicle and park the vehicle. And then this might have, 2 or 3 layer walls next to it. See how many that you can actually put here. So it's 1, 2, 3 if you wanted to make this even. But I think just having this to where they have to blow up pieces would just be fine enough. Like you just run that all the way through. It might not be as layered as everything else, but if they get to this point, they're already going to have to go through all of that, then get to this, then get into the base, and then at this point, what is this? Small cabin. I think I messed up here. That extends. This would be a medium cabin. The doorway would be here, and then it would extend medium cabin. Yeah, something's off here. I think the doorway would be right there. So we messed up this doorway, but that is still an interesting idea. I mean, it means I mean, you could technically have 4 entry points if you wanted and do that, and it would still take a ton of resources for somebody to get in. But you would have to craft and recruit a lot of people. But then afterwards, like say this right here was like a full garage. I think like I would want one entry point that just wasn't a hassle to get into, or like walking, just walking into the base. And that's where I think like the guardhouse could be good, but we're not gonna have room for the guardhouse. This would be like the most laissez-faire way to get into the base, but it's also the easiest way for somebody to get in. Um, because even if we like, we could layer the front of the cabins and stuff with a ton of walls. We could layer all of this with a million walls. We could fill up this whole middle section here with walls. I mean, that would be a lot of C4 for somebody to get through. I don't know. It probably would splash damage the cabin over the wall. I would almost bet. Um, but being able to jump from like the top of this across is just like a major weak spot. I think what you do is just open up the gates and then you would leave one gate open right here. Like I would leave a gate there and a gate there. And then when you're offline, you just close everything and you'd be good. But being able to have something like that, that is nuts. Like you could you put a foundation under the door frames? Let me check. I don't have any more uses of that thing. So if you build an airplane hangar door, can you put a foundation under it? Can. So let's say theoretically you put a foundation under there. You could get two. Okay. So let's say that you did an airplane hangar door, and then you go to foundation, and you got those level, and you put foundation under here. Well, maybe you do this. Someone blew up this, they could get through. Okay. If they blow up the top of this, they can get through. But the question becomes how tall can you raise platform underneath it? Let's just run over here and see. Oh yeah, we know that you can get a small gap, so they could still blow up the foundation. So I don't think that's the biggest issue. Let's look at something else real quick because I want to see something else. So let's say that they do a couple of these. I guess I kind of messed up on these, but did a couple of these and we put some aircraft hangar doors in here. Okay, let's get a C4. A tier as well. Go ahead and inject. All right. Okay. So if you put a C4 here, I want to see if it damages the door frame or if it just damages the door. Yeah, so it's going to destroy one layer of wall every time. But I mean, that's still fine. We basically have a base that we can layer as much as we want. And that's pretty interesting. I like that. And I think maybe, if we do this, maybe we just build this cabin outside of the boundary. You know, if someone takes the time to go and destroy with an axe, they destroy with an axe. But probably isn't worth it. I don't know. But now we know that we need like a 3 foundation gap to do this. We know with a 1 foundation gap, we can layer doors through here on every side. So at the beginning of the base, I think before we even build the cabins, we need to build the foundations, and we need to build the doors. And well, we actually need to see about building the door. We can't build the doors because it's going to block off this. Let me see real quick. So we take this and we build these out. Okay, so that's going to be 3. This is going to be the edge. You're going to want one of these on every side. So you're going to want the 2-layer gap. You want a 3-layer gap. I don't think it's going to be too bad to like build one airplane hangar or whatever off of this. You build one of these, it's not going to be too bad. But I think we're going to have to plan the base out a decent bit. Because like even this right here, like if you want to layer this on the inside, you're going to have the wall layers right here. You're going to want this fairly even on both sides. And then you have to place the door in. So we got to figure out, how many layers of wall you can put on either side. I just want to make a like a mock kind of setup here. We need to do 3 stairs. I actually build this in oh god, they're gonna server wipe and it's gonna be terrible. Oh god. But they're gonna put in that modular base building and then we're probably gonna lose access to the cabins and all that, so I'll probably have to do it now. Alright. You put these in. because I think you're gonna want to start, you know, the base build with just the fundamental pieces. I don't think that we want to build the large cabins at the very beginning. Okay, I think, plus we don't have access to them until later. We're gonna have to build the medium cabins and the small cabins first. So you build these, then you're gonna have a small cabin on the edge over here. It's not gonna be perfectly to the edge. It's gonna be sort of like over here, something like this. Okay, right. Then we put a cabin over here. Just want to build something that when people see it, they're like, man, that's power. You know? Now the question is if that ladder is going to completely blockade this door. That is the wrong door. So you want the door that is going to be able to fit a vehicular inside of it. And that is going to line up perfectly, okay, with this. And I think this also fixes an issue with the base where before people could put C4 on the lip on the inside right here, but now, I mean, they're still going to be able to once they destroy the doors, but I mean, now it's going to give us an internal layer of wall where we can put this in here, which I think is nice. But you can see, like, we're going to be able to layer this and just keep layering it. So all the way down as much as you want. You can put as many locked doors on the outside as you want. So over time, this is only going to get more and more defendable. All right. And you're still, with this, you're going to still be able to go back and upgrade all of the walls later, which I like. You're going to be able to upgrade all of the doors because you can get access to them inside. So I think that's pretty cool. So you're going to basically be able to layer these on the inside. You know, like that looks pretty dang good. Pretty dang good, if I have to say so myself. And then on this, I mean, you'd have the option. I mean, this is kind of small, but you could technically like come through and place these if you wanted to. Let's just see what we could do here. If we come through, we can place these behind or in front of everything. Which, I mean, this would take a long time, and it's definitely not on the priority. Definitely not what we want to do. But you could do that if you wanted to decorate it. But realistically, you're just going to put a wall. So like even here, so like need this door frame, put it in front. All right, and you got to snap that down, and boom, and then go over here and you attach this to that. This got to go out one more maybe to this side. All right, so you attach this to that, and that is the first layer of outer wall for these sections, right? And so that looks pretty good. I mean, it's not the best, not the worst. You still got the outer layer. And then this side, you're going to have essentially going to have to layer like this, and it's going to block off that external window. But not bad. I mean, you can still look out the window, so I think that's fine. But just look how fortified that looks. Like that looks That looks beefy, okay? And that isn't even with like the thickest walls. And then you add these in front, like you add, you know, say you put the hangar doors all the way to here, like you can put so much stuff. Now, let's say you take what is it, the double door? You're gonna have these double doors and put pretty much as many double doors in here as you want. Now, closing them, I don't really know about, but like like this right here, I mean, a one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, something like that. And then you're going to be able to drive, and you can continue this all the way over. Like, if you don't want to lose access to this cabin, you can stop it right here. But I think the only issue you're going to have is room for like getting out of your vehicle. Like, let me go ahead and get a pickup truck real quick. Truck. There might be enough room to say stop. Let's go ahead and act like there's going to be something like this. So that blocks this off. So essentially, you're going to want an area that doesn't have any doors and then see if that will block it off. 'Cause you have a lot of room. You have plenty of room between. Oh, shoot. You have plenty of room between that and everything else. That's not good. Okay. So you're going to have something like this. Maybe you put an extra door on the inside. Maybe you don't. I don't really know. Then you could potentially have wall layers on the inside here, or you could have, some sort of extra defense layer here if you really needed to. But I think you're going to want, uh, you know, something to help you get in and out here. I feel like I put these sideways. I guess probably didn't. All right, let's just go ahead and see if you can get out. This might be a bad idea. Okay. So if you park on this side, you should be able to get in and out. Now, the real question, I guess, is like, do you care if you have extra doors here? I personally think having like a bunch of locked doors right here on the outside would be fine. And then like at the end, wherever you want to stop this, you put an actual just regular door so they know where the end of the garage is. So let's just go ahead and try it real quick. Basically, like you're gonna open all the doors up for when they park the vehicle in here. Then you're gonna come through and put a bunch of door frames like this, so it's gonna be somewhat difficult to get into. And this is how you make a garage. And then at the end, wherever your end is gonna be, you can just take a normal door. You can just do one, and I'd probably just stick it like right in the middle, and then maybe layer the outside wall a little bit, you know, and then put a door on it. Out of curiosity here, I mean, this right here, completely barricaded. You can't look out of it. You could leave a gap there if you wanted to, and then you'd be able to see into the garage. But that is also a very terrifying thing right there. I mean, that's a lot of spikes. That is a lot of spikes. That's pretty nuts. But I mean, the thing is, though, is that this cabin's gonna give up before that garage gives up. So, and then here you can kind of see the front gate area, but it's not gonna be that big of a deal. Okay. I guess the question is, where do you want to start the aircraft hangar? Because I mean, if we start it from back here, it would probably be better just to start from back here. Put it in the middle of that, and then you just slowly build out from here. I mean, you're still going to have to get your wall layers, your thickness or whatever that you want for your wall layers here. So once you get to like 5 or 6 or however thick that you want, because I mean, realistically, if you're putting doors here, if you have like 3 to 5, you have a bunch of doors here. This is going to be a lot thicker than the actual wall section. Because like just like these walls right here, like if you had 20 like doors right here, that's going to be more than this, I believe. Like this would be, let's say you put five, like if you put 10, if you could put 10 in that area, you could put 1,000 right here, and then it would take you like 5 seconds to open the doors, and then just leave the last one closed until the plane came in. That would be pretty nutty. All right, so let's see if this has enough room. So we're going directly in, crashing it straight into the back door. Actually, that's a good point. We can't really crash it into the back door. Um, I think what we need to do here is we're gonna need a little bit of room gonna need just a tad bit of room. So the internal one isn't gonna be nearly as see here, we need an axe. Yep. So essentially, maybe we put one or two doors in here. We don't need this many doors in this. So just the outer hanger needs a bunch of doors. We can keep the rest of this pretty simple. You could put one, maybe two doors. I mean, you're already going to have all the external doors up to this point. If they get through 20 aircraft hangar doors, you got bigger problems, I think. So you do this and you get enough room to open up the doors on the inside. Let's see if that's enough room to get around to the front. Yeah. So that's going to be enough to get around the vehicle. Now, the issue that you're going to have is if you open this, that is where you run into a problem. But I think ideally, like with this, you'd probably just back it in. Early on, you probably just have one aircraft hangar door, one external door right there. But like basically, you're going to get into this area, you're going to turn your truck around. You're going to have a decent amount of room probably to get in and out here. Then you can just back your car up, whatever you want to do here. Close the door. Boom, boom, pow. You're inside the base. All right. So we're going to put our final door right in front of the medium cabin door. We're going to have a spiked death trap. Like, just look at that death trap. Jesus. I don't think there's any way that you could possibly get around that. Like, look at that. That is a death trap. Like, that is a fall pit if I've ever seen one. That's crazy. You have that on all four sides. But yeah, start off with like one normal door here, probably one aircraft hangar door out there, probably. But I'm thinking when we first start building, we'll probably just build the 11 by 11 zone, build up all of the outer cabins there, put the door on the front here. So we'll put a double door in front of it, and then from there it'll pretty much be locked up. And then we'll probably put layers of wall around the outside and extend the foundations out 2 spaces. So we'll probably go ahead and extend the foundations out 2 spaces in front of the actual door area, 3 wide for the aircraft hangar doors. And then at that point, we'll just need to know how much space we actually need for the door or for the wall. So like how many layers of walls that we can put in between the aircraft hangar door, everything else, right? So if that's where we're putting the aircraft hangar door, and we don't put, well, okay, if this is where we put the aircraft hangar door, this is going to have layers of wall in front of it. This we don't need, so we don't need this front layer of wall here or here. Okay, at that point, we can just do this. What time is it? To kind of run out of time. All right. So if we did this and extended these like out to maybe, I mean, that's going to be where the first layer of defense will be right here. Then we're going to have a massive layer of wall here. So we put this down, it's going right in front of the door. And then at that point, we're going to be able to do this and extend this as much as we can. Probably be best. So that's going to go exactly 2 foundations, which is perfect. We're going to have 1 layer. Figure out where we can stick this. Two layers. Three layers. I mean, this is just to fill the gap. So, I mean, we really don't need this on the sides. We could just do, however much gap that we put on here. Like if we do 5 thick here, we could do 5 thick right there, like just a smaller wall section. As I think right here, we're going to be able to just combine these together. We're not going to have this here. We can combine that to make 5, and then we're just going to have normal wall sections. And then like just combined, make a little piece of wall right there next to wherever we have the defenses out here. So maybe we don't need this. No, just come over here, break this, and then we just do what we did before. Extend the wall sections out as we extend everything else out. Yeah. So all that's fine. We basically just need the area that we're going to stick everything and we'll be good. But we're talking 4 hangars, so 4 options to get into the base. You're talking about, if somebody wants to get in, I mean, we could make 3 of them uh just storage for vehicles and one of them the actual entrance. So like this right here could be the actual entrance, and then everyone else doesn't have an actual doorway to get into the base. You would just layer it off like this and then completely stop it beforehand. But this right here, if this is the entry point to the base, then my question would be here, if we did any sort of stairway, like where would it be? Because right here, there's going to be a big log cabin. So, I mean, you could do 2 stairways maybe, like this, and then maybe do a wall with everything depending, how far you can place that or whatever. It looks like you're not going to have like the mightiest of wall options there, but I mean, you could do that. Whoa, what? It was going up the stair. Yeah. You could do that and at least have like a semi-functional wall area that you could use. And a wall off the stairway or whatever. I would say that you could just put a stairway right here. If you extend that any, you probably could, but it's not the biggest deal. Go over here, do this, boom, boom, boop. Yep. You could add another door there if you wanted to. So that would be the entry to the base. And you having one entry point to walk up over here, and then you'd have your large log cabin right there. So you'd probably have to build around that, and then the rest of these you could just completely wall this off. Basically put this back to where the medium cabin is, and then after that, I mean, I don't even think you would want to do anything else with it. You could just completely just keep layering walls. I think is what you would do. Don't even worry about the log cabin, but or maybe like I don't know because I mean lockpick wise, you don't need these doors if you're not going to use this for parking. If you just do the hangar thing, I mean, you'd have enough room in a hangar for quite a few vehicles. You don't necessarily need another vehicle storage area behind that, but yeah. So I mean, like realistically, all you really need is just the aircraft hangar spot to park all your vehicles. And then you could layer whatever you wanted in there. Because I mean, basically, if they're going to use C4, they're going to break through probably the 5 layers or whatever that's here. If you're going to put a plane in here, I mean, this is already like this right here is going to be a pretty decent amount of space either way, you know, and it's going to be a very, very well defended garage. I mean, you're going to have thick layer of door right here before you even get to the actual garage part. This is just seemingly an extra tidbit to, I mean, ooh, it seems kind of dangerous, you know? You can park a number of like cars right here. But I guess, I mean, you could use this for like people's vehicles and then use that for your own vehicle, you know? Stash my truck back there. They can park their truck and stuff in front of it, and it would be pretty good. I mean, I guess it's possible that we could build these stair areas in every corner. It just depends on how much space it takes each large log cabin when you build them. So, I mean, wouldn't be too bad. You still got to get access to your flag and repair everything and all of that, but I think we'll be okay. I mean, this is a pretty decent plan, I think. And then once everything's built, I mean, we could put like boom boxes and all kinds of stuff in here. Just go all out all the time. Play the boom box. Maybe when you're like offline, you just play boom boxes inside so people think that you're online. You know, I mean, that's going to be a lot of work to build, but it's going to be a lot of work to destroy too. Um, yeah, that would give me, space for 4 vehicles, and it would give me space for, well, it'd give me space for 4 vehicles, and it would give basically other people space for a vehicle. I could have 4 different people here all at one time. So I mean that's pretty interesting. And then I guess if I do an entry point in every section, then that won't be too bad. Depending on how this works out, because I mean it's already a good bit, but I mean it looks good. It does look good. And right here, I mean, you're going to have the large log cabin and it's going to be able to look down right there. I don't think that we're going to be able to, well, technically, I guess you could put another door here on either side. So now you would have a chance to defend the base if they got into this. It's just going to be a kill box. Okay, so let's say that all of your locked doors are basically, we're going to go ahead and just toss one down probably. One second. Go ahead and build a couple of log cabins real quick just to kind of mimic everything here. Let's do that. Boom. And I think this is where we messed up, so I don't know if we'll be able to place a log cabin or not, but yeah, I think we messed up right there. But right here, depending on if we want to lower or raise this, we should be able to place a large log cabin. Ideally, we're going to be able to hit this point fairly quick at the beginning. So put a large log cabin there. And now you can see, like, when you get into the base, if if the airlock is going to be the biggest issue, where's the ladder? Ladder should be in the front. We may have blockaded ourselves from getting to the ladder. But I mean, we could just build 2 log cabins and scoot them forward instead of having 4 log cabins. I don't really know what would look best, but let's say we scooted these forward and we built 2 instead of whatever, you know. Let me just real quick. You can still get inside of the building. So that's fine. It won't look as good if we basically, you know, set time 12. It won't look as good if we do it like this, that's for sure. But I mean, it's still going to be decent. Now, let's say that you like that this is combined, though. We could do two of these close, two of them close up and two of them farther back, and then just be able to run across to them. That could be interesting. Basically, just make it seem like one big building, because that means that we could put that one close and this one close, maybe. This one kind of back, maybe push this one really far back, make it into a kind of a square. We just go ahead and see real quick if we can. Okay, so let's say that we can move this close. I don't know how close is too close. That looks like it's probably about the same. Okay, and then let's go ahead and close this wall off so we get a good idea here. I don't know what's going on here. Anyway, I mean, get a wall. We can run in here. Everything's good. This ladder is blocked off, but these roofs are connected and these roofs are connected. So that is fine. Also, if we do this, it could just mean that maybe we lower the amount of walls that we put here. But I mean, if we look at this, it pushes that back quite a bit. So I mean, we get extra room on these sides, which I like. And then on this side, to get into the actual area, you're going to have to push a log cabin farther back. So that's just going to be a toss up. Now, if we build those stair things here, we're going to need a way to get inside. That is where the issue will lie. We could just only build three. Just do three large cabins instead of four. It gives this big open area here. Probably the best thing to do. And then we still get access to the flag. I mean, it isn't going to look like perfectly symmetrical, but I think that's fine. Now, this means though that ideally, if we look at this, if the bulk of our defense, like C4 wise, wall wise, is thick like that, you should be pretty good. And then if that airlock here is level, like layered, then you're probably going to have, like 10 or so doors there. I mean, at least, because all your parking is going to be done inside of this area. So you're probably going to have like 10 doors. Then you're going to have a bunch of the doorways across to park all your stuff in. 10 doors with 3 locks apiece. I mean, That's 30 locks. That's a good bit. And then you'll have at least one door here with all of this covering that. So I mean, that's okay. It's not going to be terrible. And then you'll have a door here. So let's say 30 locks, 33, 36, uh 39, and then you're going to have 41 right here. And then you're going to have each individual thing. So that's at least 44 locks to get into one building. And I don't know if that's necessarily a lot or not, but we're talking about a lot of protection, a lot of doors. This right here is going to look crazy right here. And it also keeps me from having to build a second flag because it means I'm going to be able to store vehicles and everything inside of this base safely for a lot of people. It basically means that, the C4, if people are going to use the C4, they're probably going to want to C4 the doors instead of the wall because we're talking about 5 layers of wall just on the outside level, then the foundation, then you're having like another such and such level of wall. So I mean, the weak point would be the doorway. And the only way I could see to get around that is to maybe build these. I like this because you're going to be able to be on the top of this building and shoot down into whoever's trying to get into your base right there. I think that's really nice. Um, really nice right there. Plus, you can like drop a grenade or whatever just right down in the hole. It's a kill zone. I like it. Looks pretty good. Um, this is pretty nuts though. We're talking about a lot of building supplies when this gets going. We're talking uh quite a lot. I think maybe it'd be best so theoretically there isn't enough space, but like you're gonna have medium cabin, small cabins here, entry point there. So the other entry point would be right here. This one has one behind the medium cabin, one at the small cabin. If there's a medium cabin there, it'd be one behind the medium cabin, one at the small cabin. Okay, so we could have 2 entry points right here and then seal off the other 2, potentially, is what I'm thinking. Just whichever side that we end up putting what would look best? You put both entry points in the front here, that would probably look the best and have the most defense. That's probably not even true either. I don't even think that would have the most defense. Um, I think we just put entry points in all 4 areas. If someone chooses one, then they're gonna have to go through everything to get through. Maybe we booby trap some of them. I don't really know. Uh, it just seems like a waste. I mean, I feel like you would be able to attack anybody on the backside here better because you're gonna have 2 buildings to hit the backside with. I think maybe you keep the entry points in the back where the 3 large log cabins are, and in the front you have the decoy areas that are extra thick, you know? maybe you stash your loot boxes or whatever up in those areas instead, you know? Uh, Because if you don't have entry points, let's say that you don't have an entry point here, you don't have stairs coming in, you could put the stairs going down here, maybe. Have like one stair that goes down, one stair that goes down, connect these points across, and then build something maybe in this gap. Actually, let me look at something real quick. I wonder what happens if you bury a cabin in the ground, like what it would look like. We're gonna try and get this as low as possible. I want to physically bury the cabin in the ground. I mean, it's kind of a different because like you could put like the cabin facing this direction and then maybe, put a stairway that goes down to it. Could be a good option as well. We'll look at a couple different options when I get it built, I guess. We're gonna drop this as low as we can. I just want to get some like, you know, different elevation in the base, maybe. That's probably low enough. I just think this would look interesting. Now, you'd basically still have this. If we only had the entry points on the backside and you'd get up there, you'd be able to walk across here. I believe this would be a weak spot. And I guess what we would do is probably just layer wall right here all the way across. Maybe layer a little bit less wall. And this would be like storage for like motorcycles or something. And here, technically, you could fit a medium cabin. So let's try that real quick. Try and fit a medium cabin right here. That's what I was worried about. It's fine. So let's do this, and let's go ahead and destroy this across here. This is where the mess up was, because this right here is where the medium cabin should be coming across. Okay. So this is where we got to make a couple of decisions on how we want to handle all of this, because we still have, time to figure stuff out. Um, but we're gonna want to be able to fortify this. So if you want to get to that without jumping down, and so we build a foundation, and that you can get to your cabin. Okay, that's fine. And then here you probably want to be able to get to the large cabin area. So you're going to want to walk away here. That's fine. Now we have a 3x3 zones that we can put something down at. And then we have a 3x3 zone here. I guess that isn't going to work yet. So we got to do, what are we doing here? Stairs. And we probably got to have those on both. Okay. All right. And we can destroy the stair. Okay. I'll go ahead and toss this down. All right. So you're going to have a space where you can store motorcycles or whatever in there. Guessing. Uh, and then you're probably going to want some sort of wall. I mean, if you put the door frames there, they're going to be able to blow it up to get in, but I don't think it's going to be a huge issue either way. I don't really care. Probably put just a layer of wall or whatever in the back. Then they're not going to be able to get in right here. And this is going to be a walkway. So you're probably going to want to get a medium cabin, and let's see if it fits. That's the real question because I think it needs a 3 by 3 area there. See if we can fit stairs. Can't do stairs on the edge. You'd probably have to build it first, but let's just look how big it is first thing first. So if we get this facing that direction, it will literally be slightly bigger. You're not going to be able to use it for anything besides like battlements, but that's literally going to be it. So let me think for a second. Now, if you do that, you're just barely, I mean, you're not going to have any way to get to the large log cabins. I'll block you off. You're not going to be able to get to the large log cabin. Okay. So you can do a small cabin. You could probably do a couple of them. Like there's a chance you could just crisscross them right there. That. What is that? That might be a tad more impressive than I expected, to be honest. One second. I mean, if you do that, you're gonna block off the large log cabins. You're gonna completely block it off, I think, unless we extend the back. I think it would block it all off. You have to build this before you build those. If you build these, can build 2 and still be able to walk. Or you can do it like this, which I kind of like more. See, but this side, you're not going to be able to do that because you'll block it off. You'd have to do the opposite direction. To get them to work, you'd have to do the opposite direction. Which I'm not opposed to. I mean, it's not terrible, but I don't think it's going to be the best. But if you do this, this is going to block off this pathway. So when you come in, there's going to be the back of a building here, and then there's going to be buildings here. You're going to be able to move all the way down to here and turn, maybe. That is a big maybe. One second. 1 second, sir. Medium cabin. Let's go ahead and destroy this real quick. This is just like an unnecessary detail that I don't really need to do, but I mean, I was just curious to see what it would look like. And I think we can drop this shoot. I think that we can drop this completely down. So we're gonna need stairs. I think we can drop the foundation down a little bit lower too. Yeah. Hmm. Let's drop this down as much as we can, I guess. So this is the lowest height that you can get. Oh, I actually put this in the wrong spot. Because technically, it doesn't really matter if this one is elevated or not, because it's just going to be like a little cul-de-sac right here. As long as you can get, well, basically you're going to have to come through this side, come down and up the other side to get to the other part. It would separate the two sides pretty much, which I'm not opposed to. Um, this side though, what would it do? There's a medium cabin here. Doesn't connect. I think this one would block the doorway. I'm pretty sure is what's going on. Anyway, just some added variation. I don't think it'd be the biggest thing in the world, but you know, I would like to have some interesting looking bases in the game. I think that's part of the reason they want Scum to like have the modular base building. I mean, this right here is already going to be a pain to build. I mean, you're talking a ton of toolboxes. You're talking a ton of wood. You're talking a lot of hours to build what I'm trying to build right now. But I think after I get the game plan built, it won't be so bad. I mean, well, it's going to be bad, but I don't think it's going to be the worst experience on the planet by any stretch of the imagination. So essentially going to have to destroy this foundation until we're ready to build the other stuff. You're going to have to build these stairs here. I mean, even this, I mean, you could do that and then build those structures there. That would be interesting. Um, even if you just had like one cabin over here in the corner, I mean, at least you would have like a little stairway that went down to it, and that would be kind of interesting. Okay, so medium cabin. All right, fill that. Destroy these stairs. Okay. Forgot that we didn't have the extra lip here, so that's what the issue was. If we build a base, if we build over here, we can cut off this whole side. That would force them to come around this side to get here, but you're not going to have any way to get over into this area, you know? So that is where the issue is arising there. This you could separate a little bit. I guess it just depends on how much room you can get for the large log cabins, because These, I don't think you're gonna be able to get much of any room. I think it just depends. Two of them are close, the other one is far away. So, like, this one, you can get pretty far back. And it still has room, for everything. And then these, we had these pretty far forward before, but it doesn't look like we're gonna have that ability now. And if you move it back, it still works. Not bad. Good. And that means with this one, it's gonna be just close enough to mess up this. But we can probably just move this cabin forward. But you can see it changes the design a little bit because you're not gonna be able to get to the rooftops as easy as it was before. You'd basically, I guess you'd have to scoot both of those forward, destroy this back cabin, and then scoot the back cabin back more. Okay, so let's scoot this one back as far as we can. Let's do that. And actually go farther than that. It actually destroyed the wall layer. Does that mean if they destroy the wall, they're going to destroy the cabin? It'd be a little upsetting, if we're going to be honest. We got one going into the small cabin, and one going behind the medium cabin. Okay, so into the small cabin behind the medium cabin. So you're gonna have one like right here, and one over here, maybe. Messed up on this side, so it's kind of hard to tell. But essentially, we would still have the wall, so something isn't right over here, but we'll figure it out later. Okay, so this means that if we put a cabin down and we move it back farther than usual, that's a bit too far though. If we move it back though, still have room to do everything over there. We got room to move it back if we need to. Basically, we need enough room to move the other ones forward. So we need to do these two first, and we want to move them very close, but not that close. Want it. Just big enough to move through. Probably something like that. Oh, here, you're gonna want close, but not too close. And you're gonna want it just big enough to move through, like that. And then I want the last cabin to be sort of in the middle of everything. Boom. Actually isn't terrible. I mean, 'cause it means you can get up this ladder or the other ladder. I like that. Pretty nice. So this gives you a way to get in and out. They're spaced out right. This can still be completely separated if you wanted to. You could raise this up, separate these. And then this side, you're gonna need a way to get in over here. So there's only a couple of options you can really do because you can do a small cabin. It would be a little bit too difficult to do the medium cabin. As much as as cool as the medium cabin would be, I think it'd be a little bit much. But if you do a small cabin, it looks as if you might have a little bit of space. You're gonna block off this stairway, but they can climb up to the cabin and then you can climb up the ladder. Um, and then this other side, I have a little bit of issue. I don't really remember where the ladder is to that. So the ladder to that building's there. The ladder to that building is behind that wall. So a weak point would be basically blowing up that wall and climbing the ladder. That's okay though. And then here you can build this cabin. Here you can build these to segregate everything. But you need a walkway to get over here, which is probably not in the cards. You could do, I don't know if there's still room for a secondary cabin here. Apparently you can build them connected for some reason. So there's enough room to build two, possibly. Looks very slim. Any case, you're still going to have small log cabins all along this to the edge. Okay. And then this is going to be where that garage area is. So that's a whole thing. And then you got this. So if you build it this way, this is going to be your way in on the back side. You're going to have all of those large cabins that can shoot directly down into both sides of this. Then you're going to have this run all the way across, and then you're either going to have a stairway here or there. It doesn't look like it's going to allow us to have a stairway there. So a stairway here, you could put a wall or something else here if you really wanted to, but the stairway there. Is there a way to connect stairs here? It doesn't look like it. Now, you could raise this foundation up maybe, but it's not really gonna help a whole lot. Possibly able to destroy this foundation and maybe, probably not. Have to try and glitch that on there, and it's not gonna have enough space. I'd say probably just raise that, make this a little bit bigger, raise this up, keep it the same level, put a house in front, and then just keep the walkway level, and you'd be able to walk around it. That'd probably be fine, you know? And if all that works out, you know, you're gonna have a ladder that go there. You're gonna be able to, you know, wall off whatever that you want. These two would be the entry points. There'd be one there, and there'd be one facing this direction. We're gonna have so many cabins inside, it's gonna be ridiculous. We're doing 3 large log cabins, which is already kind of crazy. Alright, so you have 3 large log cabins, 4 medium cabins, 12, I believe, 12, 14, 15 small cabins, and a layer of everything else. I mean, it's gonna be massive. What time is it right now? 3. Okay. Let's try and start another recording so that I can save it and